Anything, anything, anything? Do shout if you can see me. No! OBS is telling me everything's going on here. It's starting. I am here. Right, okay. God. So the only thing now is to fix my, I need to fix my bloody sim. I'm just going to call it a day with Chaseplane. I'm not pissing around with Chaseplane anymore, to be honest. Not until they do something about it. I know they had an update last night, but it's already busted. Let's uninstall it. I've got duplicate audio. What? How is that possible? Literally nothing has changed. Anyone else getting double audio? This is so confusing. Scrap that, it was you, would you? Rob! Come on, man. See, Newsky's not going to be happy. Rob had it open twice. Rob, that is like the ultimate skill issue. Right, we're just going to forget Chaseplane. We're going to forget all about it for today. I can't be having another day where I'm chasing my tail because of Chaseplane. And now the sim just says stopping. Dear. I bet it's all the 7900 XTX's fault. Morning, Mr. Mint. How are you? We're having a bit of a shocker so far. It's alright. It's all going to turn around. Got the old Thrustmasters out again today. Just sort of fancied a bit of a change. Plus I figured we're in a bus. So it's like, let's just use the bus throttles for today. Cheers, Ho. Morning, Steve. Steve, can you sort out my computer this morning? It's all going pear-shaped. I think it's Chaseplane. I think it's Chaseplane. It hung in the same way that it hung the other day. So I've uninstalled Chaseplane and we will just... Oh, let's get some PTSD. Hang on. There we go. Just to trigger you all. If ever I feel like I'm in a good mood, I ruin it and listen to this, and it reminds me of launch day. I am starting to like it now, though, in a weird way. I don't know what that says about me. Oh, Philip, thank you. Thank you for the one gifted. Alec got a gifted. Well done, Alec. Did I join at a bad time? Having a couple of issues this morning, I won't lie. I think it might be Chaseplane, despite their update last night that I hope might fix some of the weird behaviours. So I've just uninstalled it and we're having another go. We're having another go. How do you calibrate your throttle for the Boeing 737? I've got a video all about it on YouTube, if you go and have a look. A couple of ways you can do it. You can either do it by manually setting all the sensitivity so it kind of makes it just right, or you can use spad.next, which will do the vast majority of the work for you. But you do have to pay for it. Chaseplane's behaving for grumpy. Wow. Yeah, we had a nightmare, Steve, on Tuesday in the 7.3. Absolute nightmare. I mean, I'm in the Phoenix today, but Unless, of course, it's pop-out manager. Right. Shall we get in the plane? Ah. Oh, this is nice. Good, I've got my old school engine views. That'll do. Right. Is pop-out manager going to work? Let's fire up the plane. Let's try and get somewhere. Battery 1, battery 2, external power. Get some lights on in here. Arm the emergency lights. No smoking. They should probably change that to no vaping now, shouldn't they, really? Put that one on. Navs, 1, 2, 3. The navs are going to take longer to align, aren't they? Because we're basically at the North Pole. Grumpy, are you turning into a bro? Svalbard, Steve. So what we're doing, we're flying the pole-to-pole route, or pole-to-pole tour that Grumpy has very kindly made for us for the VA in Newsky. So we're starting in Svalbard and we're going down to that other place that's really far down in wherever it is. What's it called? Oh, the southerly-most commercial airport. Forgotten the name. That place. That's where we're going. Not immediately, we're doing it in little hops. So today we're doing Bergen. Not Bergen. Svalbard, Tromso, Tromso, Bergen. That's probably all we're going to have time for today. Then it'll be Bergen, Eddie, Eddie, Gatwick, Gatwick. Somewhere else. Yeah, just spawned in Grumpy, it's alright. Hey, there's Grumpy. You get a nice whiff of all of Grumpy's fumes. Landing gear not up locked. Could be my hardware. Going on there then. Okay, never mind. Dare I try pop-out manager? Should we try pop-out manager one more time? Where is it? It would be very nice to have pop-out manager. We like pop-out manager. Do I have a link to the route? It's all on the virtual airline. So if you go onto Newsky, you can see it all there. Pop-out manager. Here we go. Right, please work. Fingers and toes crossed, alright? PFD, executing. Okay. ND, executing. Okay. Yes! I think it was chase plane. MFD. Even though it's not the MFD. I don't know why I called it MFD. I'm surprised more people didn't comment on that in my video about it. Why'd you call it the MFD? I made a mistake. Relax. Oh, Ryan, you missed everything. Morning, Sav. I should fix the title on my Twitch. I thought I did. Maybe I didn't click save. Let's have a looky. Let's have a looky. What's it say? Oh, it just says the word C. I don't know what happened there. I know what that was. Oh no, is it locked up again? You've got to be shitting me. Hey, it's done it. I don't really know what's going on here. This has all gone a bit weird. I'm going to have to try that again. The amount of people that correct you on your videos is insane. Oh, yeah. It never ends, Steve. Like, you can see why some people have these great ambitions of becoming a content creator. And then just give up. You know? Just like, no. Actually, no. I don't want to do this. Luckily, I've got fairly broad shoulders. I don't particularly care. I had someone the other day tell me to learn physics. Because I dared to say that the Moza AB6 used a gear-based force feedback system. Which it does. So you've got a little motor with a gear on the end. That interfaces with another gear that then goes into one of the rods that obviously does the X or the Y axis. And as a result, as the gears sort of turn into each other, you sort of feel a certain notchiness, a cogging. And one way around that is to use a belt-driven force feedback system, which is what the AB9 does. Because the belts absorb some of that kind of notchiness that you feel, and it feels way smoother. Apparently I needed to learn physics. I was like, what? Like, just what? Really? Like, okay. Okay, hun. It's wrong, apparently, to have said that. I'm going to do a super quick loading time in 8 minutes, which is just as well, because we've only got 8 minutes till we have to go. Oh, meter, yeah. You do get quite a lot of, well, actuallys, don't you? Let's put it that way. Well, actually, I think you'll find. One of my favourite things is when, like, someone starts mouthing off in the comments that clearly doesn't know what they're talking about. And then you get someone that, like, says, hi, I'm a British Airways captain, or I'm an EasyJet captain. Sorry, but you're actually wrong. And then the person's like, just quiet, you never hear from them again. Right. I tried playing earlier this morning without chase plane and pop out. I had similar issues. Do I use 4K? I play in 4K, but I stream in 1080. Someone's got an open mic. And it better not be me. My V-pilot's just crashed, so it might have been me. We're never going to get going at this rate, are we? I'm just going to be here doing tech support all morning. And now I've disconnected from VATSIM as a result. Brilliant. Right, we're back. Oh yeah, we are. We definitely are back, so I can hear them again. Someone's got an open mic. Right. Well, I'm going to set up the plane while you can listen to this. I was clearly grumpy hitting the button. Right. Fuel is loading. That's all loading. I can actually do this flight now. Flight init. Init data request. What have you made, Zach? Zach says he's made a tool. Right, that's all in. Good. ENSB to ENTC. Of course.
Svalbard traffic, AirNOTT 23 Echo taxiing holding point Alpha for runway 09.
Let's get my little doodads up top, shall we? Beautiful. Enjoy the flight, Aaron. Alrighty. That's in ENSB, ENTC. Yeah, go for it, Zach. Flight number is AirNOTT 34 Delta. Cost index. What's my cost index? Where's my browser? Let's have a little look. Cost index 46. And we'll look at our... Yeah, 350? Yeah. 350. Get the wind. Landing gear not up-locked. I think it's upset because I had my gear positioning up when I spawned in. Right, that's inserted. What am I doing out of here? I haven't even looked. I feel all of a dither now. 09. Departing 09 on the Ampis 1 Alpha. That's what it is. Insert that into Tromso. We're doing the LOM V4 mic into 1.8. Where are you? 1.4 mic. Which airline? My airline, AirNOTT. I'm going to do my secondary flight plan, so ENSB / ENSB. I'm never sure whether to put my SID in at this point. Maybe I will. I feel like I always do. Of course, most importantly, what I want is the arrival back into 09 in case of an issue. So we can pick up the final approach and not be in a mad panic, just activate that secondary flight plan and we should be away. Lovely jubbly. Are we loaded yet? Oh, we are. Good. Send to MCDU. That's great. It's all working out. QNH is 1000. Let's get that in actually.
Svalbard traffic AirNOTT 56 Tango starting engines on stand for a direct taxi to holding point runway 09.
Take a hold into line 2, then no star for the secondary. Hang on, Steve, I'll go back and have a look at that in a sec. Would you normally put a SID in or not then? So, let's have a look. We are fueled. 6.9 tons of fuel, which is what SimBrief's got at 6.854. Fine. That has actually made it across to the plane. That's always reassuring because that's never happened, has it? We've never had any fuel problems. 137, 137, 141, flaps 1, trim down 0.1, flex temp 75. Good. What was I doing for the secondary? What's Steve saying? Stick a hold in line 2, then no star. So I haven't done a star, I've just put in the ILS for... So I've just got like CF09, FF09, then obviously the airport. So you're saying after... in line 2, which would be this one. Sierra Bravo 520. So basically just fly straight ahead is what you're saying. Tracking 25. I'm confused now, Steve. Hang on. /25. I'm not sure how to do that. That be... Hold that thought. Get the APU started. Fuel pumps on. Master switch on. Give it 3 seconds. Start the APU. We are a little bit late. So you say to put that into line 2, Steve? If I...
Svalbard traffic,
ENSB
4425 taxi into holding point Charlie, runway 09.
/033.
Traffic taxiing to the holding point 09 behind Scandinavian 4425.
/25. What, and pop that into line 2?
Svalbard traffic, Scandinavian 4425 entering runway 09 and backtracking.
What's just happened? Do I not have a map available? Is it still aligning? Failures navigation.
Svalbard traffic, AirNOTT 56 Tango holding Bravo, runway 09.
Oh, there we go. It's come to life now. False alarm. So it's got me on a straight line, basically all the way out this way. Steve, what was it that made you choose tracking 033? And then put a hold on that one. I don't know. I'm a bit lost now, Steve, to be honest. Right. At the tracking from your runways. This is what I've got. I've got 095, then we make a turn 112. Right. My initial climb clearance here. Is there anything I need to worry about? 5,000. 500. Svalbard traffic, AirNOTT 34 Delta, stand 3. We're going to start our engines on stand and then taxi to holding point for the backtrack 09, Svalbard traffic. Alright, who wants some engine start sounds?
Svalbard traffic, Scandinavian 4425, taking off from runway 09 via the Ampus 1 Alpha departure, climbing up to flight level 370.
Brightening up, isn't it?
Cabin crew, arm doors and cross-check.
Newsky, are you gonna ding? Come on, Newsky, you can do it.
Please observe the cabin crew member closest to you.
Yes! It did it.
You're about to demonstrate.
Svalbard traffic, AirNOTT 56 Tango, entering runway 09, full backtrack, full length 09.
Contains important
Right engine.
information about exit routes, oxygen masks, life jackets, and the brace position, which you must adopt if you hear brace, brace. There are
So basically, in case of an engine failure, you head 25 miles out,
crew are now pointing out the exits.
then into a hold, then no star, ATC, then back to you back.
Svalbard
Got it,
traffic,
okay.
Scandinavian 4425, clear of runway 09, passing 2000, climbing to flight level 370.
And then you put a hold on that second waypoint, which puts you... Oh, there's Grumpy with his APU. GPU.
Must be fastened whenever
There he goes, look.
recommend that you keep it fastened at
See you, Grumpy.
if the
I look forward to seeing that GPU at Tromso.
will drop from above you. Pull a mask towards
So when you put a hold on that second waypoint then, Steve, because you put /25,
your nose and
that puts your hold at the end of that 25 miles out.
hold the mask
That'd be
in
correct?
place. With the strap,
Good, both engines are available. Let's go auto brakes max. Let's, on our airports, let's go constraints. Fancy constraints. I never did the beacon light, did I? Why did I not do that? This is all going wrong. I'm not in the right mind space at the minute after all these failures this morning. I'm really not. Ground services. Let's get rid of the GPU. Let's get rid of the chocks. Get the taxi light on. Put that back. Let's go flaps 1.
using the controls above your head or in your armrest.
Yeah, that's what I thought, Steve. Thank you. I think I understand it now. Still doesn't like that gear not up-locked. I think that's because I've upset it. Hopefully on takeoff that'll sort it out. I think that's just a control bind issue. Turn the APU off then. Right, let's see if we can rescue this stream, this flight, this everything. Svalbard traffic, AirNOTT 34 Delta, taxiing to holding point Bravo before entering for the backtrack 09, taking into account company traffic, Svalbard traffic. Lovely. Lovely jubbly. North to South Pole, yep. We're currently at Svalbard. Oh no. Are you kidding me? The pedals aren't working. Today can just do one, honestly. Oh my god. Hang on, I need to go and check my rudder pedals are plugged in. Hold the line.
Svalbard traffic and Alpha 6 Tango takeoff runway 09 on a Ampis 1 Alpha departure.
Hey, they're working. Not sure I could have taken another defeat. Right, let's go. Oh boy. Quiet, everybody. Where are we going? We're going to Tromso. What was another AirNOTT plane? Oh, I really hope we get added to FSLTL soon. I really do. It's going to be a great day. Ooh, too heavy on the brakes there, David. What are you doing? It's like in the Discord, every day there's someone that asks, like, when is FSL going to be upgraded? Because I've added my livery and I can't see it yet. And everyone's like,
what a day.
What a day. What a day indeed.
Not 23 Echo, backtracking runway 09.
Svalbard traffic and 56 Tango, airborne out of 09, passing 2,500. And no further calls. Have a good flight, everyone.
Thank you, Grumpy. So that Air Canada is actually an AirNOTT plane. It's just I've got a bug in my system where the AirNOTT A321 shows as an Air Canada. Thank you, Thomas, for all the support. We're going to need it. I can go forward a little bit more here, actually. Give everyone the room they can, they probably need. It is Microsoft Flight Simulator. Indeedy. So Zach's made a web tool that lets you copy paste a flight aware link and it generates a sim brief dispatch. What's it called? AutoOFP.com. Nice one, Zach. I'll have a look at that later. Got a random passenger? No, this is Ken. According to Grumpy. Ken comes everywhere with us. See that? He's well happy. You right, Ken? Love him. Have I tried re-downloading the livery from your own website and using the VMR file from that? Yeah. Yeah, I have. What it is, I was helping out a streamer, Fly with Craig, who was doing his own liveries, and I installed his liveries, and I removed some of my own in the process to troubleshoot, and was fiddling with VMRs for him. We were sort of like parked up next to each other, and it's never been right after that. By 5? Is that Joanna?
Svalbard traffic AirNOTT 23 Echo taking off the 09 Ampis 1 Alpha departure.
Looks like Captain Picard. How do you make your own livery? Oh, Noah. Like, with great difficulty and great frustration. I hate doing it. I really hate doing it. But it's a necessary evil. It's a necessary evil. And when it's done, I'm really happy, and I like getting it just right. Here it comes. Right, that's in radar. Let's have a quick look. Looks like we're all clear. Svalbard traffic, AirNOTT 34 Delta, backtracking 409 via Bravo. Svalbard traffic. Lights. Let's go.
Svalbard traffic, AirNOTT 23 Echo, passing 2000, final call.
You can see and hear us, David. That's good. Yeah, it turned out there's another button I have to press now. In OBS to go live. Oh, I'm glad Steve told me about the engine out procedure. Thanks, Steve. Straight ahead, 25 miles, going to a hold, vector back. For freeware scenery, I'm quite impressed with this. That looks alright, doesn't it? David, I've got a funny feeling you might not be watching live. Are you watching live? It's like you're responding to questions that I asked half an hour ago. That's the only reason I mention it. Dan, it's happened once or twice. Mostly because of lockups on the sim or hardware issues, that sort of thing, you know. Cheers, Ben. The long old backtrack this, isn't it? Now, which way do we backtrack? Right, then back round to the left? Or left and then back round to the right? Can't wait to get a tiller. Like, as lovely as these rudder pedals are, and they are really nice, I'm so pleased with them. I feel like a tiller would just be the cherry on the cake, if you know what I mean. Svalbard traffic, AirNOTT 34 Delta, taking off runway 09, Ampis 1 Alpha departure, Svalbard traffic. With me, or are these arrows wonky? SRS green, Manflex 75, auto thrust blue. Excellent. V1, rotate. climb. Gear up. Okay, the gear's happy now. The gear's gone away. Just climb. Svalbard traffic, AirNOTT 34 Delta, airborne at 09, passing 2000, Ampis 1 Alpha, final call, Svalbard traffic. Stick flaps up. Wow, this is nice, isn't it? Morning, Adam. Adam, it's been a bit of a nightmare so far, I won't lie to you, but it's starting to perk up. My stick doesn't feel like it normally feels like. I feel like I'm running the wrong profile on it. I noticed that on takeoff, it felt quite loose, almost. There we go. That's pretty epic, right? That is pretty epic. And I love hand flying like this. Hand flying looking out the window is one of my new favourite things, and that's only possible because of this little screen, because I can follow the flight directors. I can follow the flight directors while looking out the window. It's very cool. Otherwise I'd be blind, I wouldn't have a clue, would I? I wouldn't have a clue what's going on. Wouldn't have a clue. Right, 10,000 feet. He's coming up. Let's disarm spoilers. Let's turn the lights off. Dip the nose. Autopilot on. How cool is that? Only thing that would made this even better is chase plane, although, you know. Steve, I was going to ask you about that actually. That's normally what I do, because I've had it before where, say I'm at 6,000 feet coming out of Gatwick on the SID, and it's flashing like go to standard, go to standard, go to standard. I've done that before, but of course I need to stay at 6,000 because ATC told me to. But then the plane thinks, I don't know, you're either above or below, then it starts freaking out. So normally I would then, yeah, when you get told, I don't know, climb now, flight level 150, then I would do it. But is that right? Is that the right thing to do? I feel like that's the sensible thing to do, but I don't know if it's actually the thing to do. Yeah, ignore the flashing once you're out of the SID, or they're given a higher altitude. Good! I got it right. Right, what time are we due in? 11:18. What are we at now? Where's the clock? There it is. 10:25. So not even an hour. That seems really really fast. I could have sworn it took longer than that when we came up here for the Christmas do. I could have sworn that. Maybe we had a headwind? Grumpy Steve is in TikTok, aka British Steve Ways. I'm learning everything, Grumpy. This is well good. Oh, can't believe I've signed up to this Cross the Pond on Tuesday. I'm immediately regretting that. Having to get up that early. I'm sure... Oh, look at those clouds. Look at those clouds. I saw someone on Reddit last night being like, oh, Rex Atmos, and everyone was like, why? It's fine. Oh, man. No hate to Rex, but honestly, I struggle to look at that and be like, you know what, that's just not good enough. I need to pay to make that different / better. I don't know. Maybe I've just got incredibly low expectations. Who knows? Right, we'll get this turn out of the way, and then we'll let him out. We need him to start drinking and using the loo, don't we? Let him out now. Let him fall over. They'll be alright. Yes, Grumpy. What's the flight plan Tuesday and what time? We are going to be off blocks from Baltimore at 7 Zulu. 0700 Zulu. So 7 in the morning UK time. Which means I need to start the stream at 6:30 AM, which means I probably need to get out of bed at 5:30 AM to be anywhere near like a reasonable human being when I start the stream. I am not a morning person in any way, shape. I'm barely a day person. I'm definitely not a morning person. I was very grumpy this morning when I woke up. Oh, that's pretty cool, isn't it? Look at that. So much coffee is going to be required. Yeah. Speaking of coffee, Rajado Coffee have they settled on a name for their new coffee blend. So those of you might be familiar with APU, their coffee blend. For Simmers, they've done a new blend. Still keeping APU. It's not like us going anywhere. They're doing a new one, and they let us vote on the name for it. So loads of people voted with all their suggestions. We then whittled it down to a top 5, and then we voted on that again. And the name is Toga, is what they've gone with, and it is out now. RajadoCoffee.com/AirNOTT. Save 10% and to support the channel. Is there across the pond on the pole to pole, or are you flying over Africa? We're sort of coming down. Let me show you. Let me show you. Newsky, where have you gone? There you are. So if we go AirNOTT, awards, pole to pole. Oops. So we are doing this bit at the minute. Svalbard to Tromso. We're then going to do Tromso down to Bergen. That's probably going to be it for today. Then we do Bergen, Eddie Gatwick, down to, is that Faro? I believe it is. Gatwick down to Faro in Portugal. Then Madeira. Thank you, Grumpy. Then Tenerife South. Then an airport I'm unfamiliar with in Africa. And another one. Then we go down to somewhere else that I'm unfamiliar with. Is that Ascension Island? Which one's Ascension Island? Is that Ascension Island? FHAW? then across to wherever that is, into Brazil, down through Brazil, over to Chile, wherever these two are. You can tell my geography's great down here. And again, wherever that is, the Falklands, then down to the airport that's the most southerly commercial airport in the world. That be the plan. That be the plan. And you need to get, what do we need to get? 8.25 on Newsky in order to do it. So every leg you need to score at least 8.25. And honestly, you should be able to do that. Like if I see anything with an 8 in it, I've had a very bad day. Let's put it that way. How do I enter the cross the pond? It's not really a thing. It's not like an official event. It's just we're doing it. We've just, a bunch of us have agreed to do it on Tuesday. Yeah, we've got loads of tours on the network. Let me show you some other ones while I'm in salesman mode. So we've got the Down Under run. Joanna did loads of these, so be sure to say thank you to Joanna, who I believe is currently leaving Svalbard. So we go all over the place. Starts in Sydney, ends in Sydney. And then obviously we hop over to New Zealand and have a little look as well. There's an absolute ton of stuff going on there. How many legs are there? Again, 8.25 is the target. You can go all over the place. All over the place. There's like the ones that you'd expect. You know, like your Sydneys, your Brisbanes. But there's a lot more that are a bit more out there, which is cool. What else have we got? We got this one that kind of starts... Where does this one start? Istanbul, in Turkey. So it starts in Turkey and then kind of goes around to Dubai, Saudi, all over the show. And then that one ends back in Istanbul. What else have we got? The European Detour. Some of you might remember the European Capitals Tour, where we sort of did the capitals of most countries in Europe. So this is the European Detour, which is where we go to more further flung destinations like Biggin Hill, for example, like rather than your Gatwick or your Heathrow. Shannon, Faro, Murcia, Gibraltar, Montpellier, places that you wouldn't maybe instinctively think to go to. Like, I don't know about you guys, but when I think, oh, where am I going to fly today, I start thinking of like your Gatwicks, your Heathrows, your Manchesters, your Pragues, your Paris, your Barças, your Ibiza, your Palmas. You know, like places that you sort of think of. But there's loads of other places out there. That's the point. That's the point, really. So the European Detour, if you fancy something a bit out there. We've got Caribbean, which goes all over the place. A little bit of Central America as well, which is cool, if that's your thing. Again, 8.25 is the Newsky score you need to get for each leg, or you need to do it again. We've got the Great African Airway, and we've got this one over here. So you kind of got Philippines, Malaysia, Indonesia. Go on a little route around there. Again, this is all Joanna doing all these. What else is there? Yeah, the African one looks cool. Look at that. That'll keep you busy for a minute. That'll keep you busy. Loads of cool places. And it's all pretty much been built with, like, you can at least get an A319 in the places that you're going to. Central Asia Corridor, we've got the South American Odyssey, the Oriental Express. We put easy, medium and sort of hard after them based on how we think it's going to go. We've got the Maple Trek, obviously Canada, USA 50-state tour, pole to pole that we're doing. We've got the Rajado Coffee tour. So I spoke to the guys at Rajado Coffee and asked them basically, where do you source your coffee from? So we started with part 1 and part 2, which is, I think part 1 was Central America, and then it ends up in Miami. Part 2 was the kind of Indonesia through to India, going to all the various places they source their coffee from, in terms of the country, not the actual cities, of course, that we land in. And then part 3 is kind of like the final boss, in that where you kind of, so legs, part 1 and part 2 ended, part 1 ended in Miami, part 2 ended in India, and they also source coffee directly from I think it's Ethiopia and also Brazil. So it's basically 4 long hauls back to East Midlands. We've got an hour, within an hour of Blighty. I like this tour. Not necessarily all in England, but it's basically an hour from it. Some England are like UK to UK routes, but like you've got like Jersey, some Irish ones that kind of dip back in. Need to finish that one actually. We're not too far from being done on that. What's the next one? Cork to Leeds I've got to do next on that one. Round the world. That was Grumpy's one. Look at that. Good luck with that one. Good luck with that one. There's coffee for Simmers. Link now. Rajado Coffee, RAJADO coffee.com/AirNOTT is the link, Sav. Get yourself 10% off while supporting the channel. So if you want a dark roast, go for APU. If you want a lighter roast that's got a bit more of a nuttier kind of taste, go for the new Toga. I really like the new Toga. Not throwing APU under the bus because I still do enjoy APU. In fact, I'm going to go and get one in a minute. Toga's nice stuff. Cheers, Steve. Thanks for the help, mate. What else we got here? We've got the tortoise across the pond. So if you want to go across the pond, but do it in little bits, and then have a little bit of a jolly in America before coming back, you can do that. Sort of go via Iceland, Greenland, Canada. We've also got Euro Capitals. That's one that I did on stream. Cargo hauling. The other side of the pond, which is a little lap around America. Not too many legs on that one. We've got the Northern Lights tour, the Challenging Runways tour. We've got the AirNOTT Hangover run. Let's basically go to places where stag do's frequent. And then we got the UK Shuttle, which is the first one I did. Again, nice and easy. If you want to get your feet wet, just see what Newsky's about, what the tours are all about, what the VA's all about. These are some nice, easy little routes. You've got to score 9 or above, though, on this one, because, let's be honest, shouldn't be that hard to score 9 or above going to nice, easy runways. So there we go. That is all of our tours. In terms of new tours, I was thinking what I might do is focus more on individual airports. So there might be like a Birmingham airport tour where there's loads of ops in and out of Birmingham. Maybe pick an airline that is known to be at Birmingham, see what routes they do and try and maybe emulate that. Like, if you chose Dublin, you might look at what Aer Lingus routes there are. If you chose, I don't know, Manchester, you might look at Jet2. Do you see what I mean? Take a bit of inspiration. How do I get those routes? So that's all through Newsky, which is the platform we run the virtual airline through. That's what that is. So you need to get yourself an account on Newsky, join the VA, and then you can start doing those tours. I was once flying an A330 for Qantas and my co-pilot pressed the fire lock on the left engine and the APU. But I successfully made an emergency landing at Darwin. Nice. Cheers, Ryan. Is there a lot of airlines on that app? Yeah. Like Osprey, if you're familiar with British AvGeek, Alpaca. It goes on and on. There's loads. Yeah, it's not just for us. Like we're one of many. Many. Can we expect any ATC along the way today? I'm not sure we can we? No. Might get something in Bergen, you never know. Bergen might appear. Bergen Ground, something like that. What have we got on in the UK? Eddie Ground, Gatwick Ground, Manny Ground, and Heathrow Tower. Of course, Copenhagen's on. Copenhagen's always on. That was a good call to go to Copenhagen for one of our hubs. Where am I above right now? The sea. There is an island coming up, but I'm not sure we're going to be able to see it. Yeah, we can't see it. It's too cloudy, I think. Too cloudy. Oh, man. What about real airlines? Yeah, I think there's Lufthansa Virtual. There's, yeah, stuff like that. There are, like, virtual versions of real world airlines, if that's your preference. Good morning, Cameron. Jim, I don't know how you get up at 3:15 for work. That'll kill me. I suppose your day must be over quick though, right? Like lunchtime, it must be home time. Never like mornings. Never ever have like mornings. I thought like maybe having kids would change that. 6 till 6. Oof. Yeah, you know what they say, oh, when you have kids, like you never sleep, you get used to it. Never got used to it. I can still sleep like a teenager if left to my own devices. So when we went away for the weekend. We went down to Cornwall, stayed in Newsky, and stayed in a Premier Inn, and they had the best blackout curtains to the point where I woke up and it was so dark. I was like, oh, it must be like, I don't know, 3 in the morning. No, it's 10:30 in the morning. So, oh, I can still do it. I can still sleep that long. $5 a day. God. Yeah, I couldn't live on 5 hours a day. I struggle on if I'm asleep by midnight, I'm up again at like 7. I still feel like I could have done with another hour or maybe 2, to be honest. I feel like as a human, I feel like I need a lot of sleep. I do need a lot of sleep. And if I don't get it, I get very grumpy. I just feel absolutely ruined. Then like here, some people, they're like, oh, I get like 3-4 hours a night and they're fine. So how do you do that? Can you share routes with other airlines in Newsky? Because I created my Vital and I just wanted to show you my route systems. Don't think you can. No. Cheers, Perrin. Aaron, cheers for following. Appreciate it. Right, who's in front of me? Aaron and Grumpy, and then Hyla. Flying to your hometown? Tromso, nice. Yeah, like people said to us, oh, like, sleep when your kids sleep. So if your kid has a nap in the afternoon, you have a nap in the afternoon. That's how you do it. I couldn't nap in the afternoon. Must be kidding. Cheers, Baron. Morning, Murray. Where are we flying to? We're flying to Tromso. We are about 90 miles from the equal time point. We're doing all right. Am I going to do a barrel roll? Probably not, Alec. Not today, mate. No. Morning, Baxter. How's it going? It's no good. All this talk about sleep's making me want more sleep. Oh, I've just realised why my stick felt so light on takeoff. Ha 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 ha. Just figured it out. I didn't have my gaiter strapped in. That's why. That's why. Are we stopping along the way? Yeah, so we're going Tromso, then we're going Bergen, so this is pole to pole. We're not doing it all in one hit today. This is all going to be in little bits. Lots of little bits. It's made up of multiple legs. Hello, Dominic. What's the app's name again? Newsky. Yeah, I hadn't considered that. The reason why when I took off, I thought, God, this feels awfully light. But I didn't have the rubber gaiter of the Airbus stick sort of clipped into like the little clip things that it sort of hooks around. Because that actually does add its own resistance. Because you've got like the rubber that sort of flexes and pulls. So I wonder then, with V1's profile, is he counting for the resistance that the rubber foot adds? Or not? I feel like the last time I landed in Tromso, I struggled, but it was pitch black, and I didn't realise that it was such a it was slightly steeper approach path, wasn't it? What is it? It's like... yeah, 4 degrees. Four-degree glide slope. I remember thinking at the time, this is it felt too steep, and I got a glide slope warning, and I was like, no, I'm okay. It's without any gaiter binding. Oh, okay. Because the gaiter definitely adds to it, doesn't it, Grumpy? Like... have we done a deep dive in what's for lunch? Not yet. Not yet. What are we going to have for lunch? That is a very good question. Maybe we'll do chips again, but we'll just have mayo with them. I'm not having that gravy again. That was not good. Oh, cheesy chips. When you calibrate the stick, do not have the gator attached. No, I always when I start the stick, I always detach it and then start it, and then it does its whole little dance thing, and then I reattach it. And I forgot to reattach it this morning. That's why when I took off, I was like, God, that feels light. Like, I normally have to pull back way more, you know? A little bit of a break there in the clouds, is that? A little island. You never turn your AB9 off. So I asked Moza about that. I said, should we be turning them off? And they were like, yeah, you ought to, really. Because otherwise it is constantly... Like, if I just touch the stick now, I can feel a slight vibration through it. So it is doing something. It is doing something, even if it's not much. Is an A319? It is indeed. She is. There she is. She's looking good. Can we use the smart cam? Yeah, we can. It'll focus in on that island. And almost give us a bit of a chase plane effect as we fly over it. Cracking. Hopefully they'll do like a firmware update at some point that allows like a sleep mode or something, you know? That'd be good. I have a PPL. Are you planning to take any sort of cert too? Probably not, Jack, no. Probably not. Do I not use chase plane? Baxter, we've had nothing but trouble with chase plane all week. It pretty much ruined Tuesday for us. And the plan was to uninstall it for today, and then of course they did an update like last night or yesterday, whenever it was. So I thought, go on then, we'll do the update, give it another go. But it was not to be. Is that a mountain on that island? That looks awfully tall. Or is that an optical illusion? $3.19 today, Chance? Yeah, so I did the update to chase plane for today, thinking, oh, it's all going to be great. And then it just all went wrong again. So I was like, okay, just get rid of it. Sadly, just get rid of it. I want to use it. But I also appreciate that it is in experimental mode, therefore we cannot get grumpy. It is what it is. The approach into Tromso, I'll show you. So I'm doing the LOMV4 Mike ILS Zulu 18. Where are you going? You going Tromso? Yeah, you are. So here's the airport. We're basically just flying in. Quite simple. Yeah, but Joanna, what engines? And what wing configuration? Yeah, Tuesday's stream was an absolute mare. Still can't tell if that's a mountain. I think it might be. Yeah, it is, isn't it? Fairly certain it is. Smart cam targets. Cool little island. Sharks and IAE. Nice. Did I buy the FCU panel from WinWing? No, the FCU is from WingFlex. It's the FCU Cube. It's not full-sized. I would say it's about 80% of the actual size. So obviously if you're looking to build a cockpit and you want everything to be 1:1 to 1:1 scale, probably not the thing for you. If you're a desktop simmer and space is at a premium, which as you can quite easily see it is, then yeah, you might want to think about it. The quality's great. Like, you sort of feel like the click, 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 click as you turn the little dials. It's really nice. Buttons have got a great feel to them. Very, very nice. Really pleased with it. And they've also done an add-on pack which gives you a left EFIS, which is to say this bit here. And rather than doing a right EFIS, because let's be honest, it's just the same thing mirrored, why as a solo pilot on your desktop would you want two of the same thing? They've done, so it's the same sort of shape in that it kind of comes down and off of the main FCU portion, but they've put the radio panel in there, which is so cool. And then you've basically got the lot. Should do round the world with a dark star. No, I'm not doing that. Doing things properly, not mucking around with things like that. Do I usually hop on any earlier than this? No. No, I do not. This is earlier than I would like, really. In an ideal world, I would probably start simming at like 3 PM. And I'd probably end at like 9 PM. 9 or 10, do 6 or 7 hours. Then you're catching the busiest part of the day in terms of VATSIM in Europe, in terms of America being awake, in terms of Europe being awake and potentially finishing work. But my life is such that that is not possible. So I have to make do with what I got. Best I can do. Wake up. Right. Well, I think that's fairly solid evidence that I need another coffee. Where did I get the autopilot from again? WingFlex. I shall show you. It's annoying that I haven't had a chance to try the WinWing one because I feel like I could compare the two quite easy. What scenery for ENSB? Just the freeware one, James. Here we go then. This is WingFlex. You might have seen this overhead panel doing the rounds lately. Seen various videos on it. So they've done like an A320 overhead panel which has got a dome light built in, and I believe it's got like strobe lights, so when you turn the strobe lights on it'll flash on the back and it'll kind of like light your room up. It's really cool. Like beacon as well. And this is what I was talking about. So they've got the RMP combo cube and they've got the EFIS that you can attach onto what I've got, or you can obviously buy the whole lot as a bundle. So I've got this one, the FCU Cube, and they do an EFIS that goes on it. There it is. So you do your Q&H, all that good stuff. And the one that I find particularly interesting is this one, the RMP Combo Cube. Now again, I appreciate that the real aircraft is nothing like this, but in terms of functionality on your desktop, having your radio panel, you can do your TARA, TARA, you know what I mean? You got a load of stuff there. And if you're a desktop simmer and you just want all the stuff, very, very cool. Very, very cool. Again, if you're building a cockpit, I get why you wouldn't want it. I get that. Hard life of a streamer. You got no idea, OG. I don't know how I do it. I really don't. Sorry, Mark. You got sim racing in an hour. What do you sim race in, Mark? Are you iRacing? Only thing I wish Wingflex would do is sort out their SPAD.NET support, because this is all well and good when you're in an Airbus, but when you're in a Boeing, it's like lights out, no good. So I feel like they've either got to give us SPAD support so we can do it ourselves, or they just need to do the integration with PMDG in the same way they just did the integration with the Phoenix and the fly-by-wire and the IndyBuild stuff. Because I'm convinced that it could work absolutely perfectly with Boeing. Like the navigation thing, push it into manage mode in the bus, that's the equivalent of pressing LNAV. With the altitude thing, push it in for manage climb or manage descent on the bus, that's the equivalent of VNAV. Pull the speed thing, speed intervene. Pull the altitude, altitude intervene. Like, you could totally do it. You could totally do it. LMU, what's LMU, OG? Yeah, obviously if you open the thing up to SPAD.next, then the community can take care of themselves. I feel like if they're not going to do that, there's sort of an obligation, even though it's technically Airbus hardware. I think there's a big enough market for Boeing that they should do something where it at least works a little bit. LMU, what's LMU? Do you have the software as well for Wingflex? Yeah, so they have a piece of software called Bridge software that you download. I need to look into it. I need to ask them. What's going on with either SPAD support or a plan for Boeing. It's been a while since I've actually asked them. Have you ever had your Phoenix systems just go haywire? Once. We were coming into Ibiza, I think. And I think what I did, I was like looking out the window like this, and then I pressed my button here that returns me to the cockpit, and it just went, and it just, everything just died. So like the rat came out and everything, so it was like Le Mans Ultimate. Nice. Yeah, we literally had to do a emergency landing into Ibiza. I think we lost all of the fly-by-wire controls as well. The thing felt like an absolute potato trying to hand fly it. We got it down, just. But that was pre-BFU, so it's possible that, because technically that entire time Phoenix was in experimental mode, wasn't it? Does this flight take as long as the flight in the real world? Yep, everything's real time. We've got a 20 knot tailwind at the moment, so we're doing alright. We're being blown along by that as well, so that's going to help us out. We are due in to Tromso at 11:38. It is now 11:04. I would call that coffee o'clock. I'm going to go and grab myself a coffee. Enjoy the views. I'll be back in a minute. I'm back. I tell you what, that new coffee machine is absolutely banging. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. We haven't done Wordle yet, have we? We'll do Wordle in a minute. Right after my cheesy nibbles that I found in the cupboard. No. Like Christmas all over again, this. Cheers, stable. What have I got? I got a DeLonghi Magnifica Start, I think it's called. Basically, we've since about May last year, we've had a, is it LOR? L-O-R? Not sure how you pronounce it. Had one of their machines which you can put the Nespresso pods in, and crucially, the third-party Nespresso pods from Amazon, you can put those in. But we, don't know, we didn't feel great about going through so many pods, and the coffee wasn't the greatest, to be honest, because Nespresso coffee is, I would say, limited by design. So obviously then Rajado Coffee came on the scene and got beans from them, and I got the old grinder out again and started making the AeroPresses, but that took quite a long time. I really did appreciate the easiness of the Nespresso machine, because you literally just press a button and you get a coffee, and I didn't want to lose that. Bizarrely, I used to love my AeroPress. I used to get super nerdy and like all into it with my grinder and all that stuff, and I started doing that again, and I was like, this is just a pain in the backside. So yeah, now we have a bean to cup machine, so I kind of have the convenience of the Nespresso, but with quality of real beans. And I understand it's not as good as, you know, if I got like a big old Nespresso machine, not espresso machine, espresso machine, like a proper espresso machine. You know, I could spend probably £500 on a grinder, I could probably spend another 1,000 on a machine, and it would be better coffee. But I'm not looking for a new hobby. I'm just looking for a reliably decent, repeatable cup of coffee. So yeah, that's why we did it. I'm really happy with it. It's got a one-touch Americano button, which I like. So you can tune it in. So these cups here that I've got from IKEA, I've sort of dialed it in so it does like however much millilitres of espresso. Then it tops up with hot water, which is cool. So that's very much Nespresso style, just like press a button, walk away, you come back to a coffee. You got Wordle in 3, right, it's on. In fact, I better not get too carried away, because I need to start planning for my... Yeah, it's already wanting it. Just clear my scratch pad, Grumpy. Dunk, you were asking about how to work out the landing weight. So what I do, I go to the init page, then go to init page B. So EFOB, estimated fuel on board when you land, 3.5 tons. The zero fuel weight of the aircraft, so obviously that's with passengers and cargo but no fuel, 57 tons. Add those two together, that would be 60.5. Side stick fault? Get out of here. And then I put it in here, 60.5. Once you apply the weather, you can then calculate your landing distances. Then you can play with the auto brake settings, so low will stop us. However, based on when the vacate points are, yeah, there's a backtrack here at Tromso, so we're probably going to want to go medium and then try and vacate at our Alpha or Bravo. If we go auto brake low, we're likely to have to backtrack, which could impact people behind us. So I think auto brake medium is the play. There you go, that's on. And let's get our data in while we think of it. So performance page, next page, next page. Q&H. Refresh, applied, 9 and 9 are 4. Temperature is -7. We need anti-ice on then. And the wind is 210 at 12. And minimums, according to the charts, are 321. What's my cost index at the moment? 46. Fine. Yeah, Grumpy were just saying that. We're not going to backtrack. It's all good. So we're going to do auto brake medium to get us off. Lovely jubbly. Right, can I get Wordle? A in 3 and B before top of descent. Wordle. Come on, nice and easy. Okay. Like Perth, could that be it? It's not on the word list. Okay. 30 miles. What could it be? Terror? No, that'd be 2 hours, wouldn't it? T-E-R... Maybe the E's after the R. I feel like I need to just burn a word. Oh, okay, that helps. There's another... So it's something you are. E. Purse? Okay, so the S has to go here. S-U-R something E. What? I'm so confused. Surge. Of course it's Surge. God, I struggled there. Got it done though, didn't we? Well done, gang. Well done. Well done, well done. Couldn't see surge. Good job you said it. You know when you just can't see it. Tromso traffic, AirNOTT 34 Delta, flight level 350, descending on the Lomvi 4 Mike arrival for an ILS Zulu into runway 18, descending to be level 7000 at Lomvi. Tromso traffic. How's separation looking? I've basically got no one behind me until Joanna. So what I'm going to do is put my cost index to 5. That's going to slow me right down. Bit speed brakes. Because I'm just a little bit conscious of Grumpy and Aaron, I believe. Up ahead. Yeah, Joanna, your separation's brilliant. Happy with that. Good job on Wordle, guys. How long until we're out of this? So now we've changed our cost index. The plane thinks we're 5,000 feet above our profile. Is there not an actual airline, or is it a user? It's my airline, so yeah, it's kind of both. It's my virtual airline. Look like an egomaniac I named after myself. Hosted on Newsky. If you want to join the party. Why is that guy so angry? What, this guy? He's great. Oh, I missed a message. I'm sorry, Austin. Could you please tell us what GPUs I've chosen? 7900 XTX. But you've gone now. Sorry, I missed that. Possibly that came through while I was coffee making and I didn't see it. Stefan, what are you doing in Amsterdam? What time is it for me? 20 past 11. So then, into Tromso, we need to be mindful of a 4-degree glide slope, which is more than what we're used to. Normally we're used to like 3, aren't we? So we'll be coming down at more of a rate. And we'll obviously need to kick that flare off a bit sooner. Ooh, Cisco Live, cool. Platform, TI system. What do I recommend in terms of specs for a good PC? Depends what your budget is, depends what resolution you want to play at. If you want to play at 4K Ultra, you're going to need a big GPU. Big GPU. Generally, the X3D chips from AMD, the Sim seems to quite like. Good on it. Appreciate it. Am I off to FS weekend? No, I'm not. When is it? Right, the good news is we're back on profile, so now we can hopefully start slowing down. I wouldn't get your hopes up, Hornet. If it's not right, we will go around. We're not going to be mucking around. I'm looking to buy the 9070 and was previously looking at the 7900 XTX. However, the only versions that fit in my case are sold out. Sim Crash, it really depends what res you're playing at. I think if you're not at 4K, you might get away with the 16 gigs of the 9070, but if you're at 4K, I think you probably might hit issues. Like I did with my 4080. That annoyed me when I got the 4080, because... Sorry, when I got the 7900 XTX, because I got rid of the... Well, I swapped out the 4080, swapped in the 7900 XTX, and then like loads of people were like, why didn't you get the 9070? It's like, because I didn't have enough VRAM with the 4080, which was 16 gig. They're like, yeah, so why didn't you get the 9070? It's like, because that also has 16 gigs. Like, you get that, right? Like, yeah, but FSR4. So never mind FSR4. It doesn't have enough VRAM. Very weird. Should I upgrade to Premium Deluxe? I don't know. I mean, I don't really... I wouldn't, personally.
Tromso traffic at 56 Tango 180 knots, setting on a final for runway 18.
I would say your money's probably better spent on an add-on like the Phoenix or the PMDG rather than a load of stock aircraft that, frankly, I would never fly anyway. I did a video about that prior to the sim coming out because people were saying, like, what version are you going to get, what version do you get? A lot of people assumed because, like, given what I do for the channel, I would get, like, the Premium Deluxe, and I actually ended up getting the Standard. Because I would rather have the extra funds to buy a Phoenix or buy a PMDG or buy, yeah, something like that. Rather than some random aircraft that's lacking in detail that I'm never going to fly, really, you know. I would just get the Standard. I've got the Standard, it's great. Standard plus a PMDG plus a Phoenix and you're in business, I would say. Plus whatever scenery you want. But you can get a lot of freeware stuff off flightsim.to for scenery. I believe where we are landing is in fact that. Alright, there's me, there's Aaron, there's Grumpy. Got about 30 track miles, near enough. 37 track miles. Speed 180.
Tromso traffic, AirNOTT 56 Tango, localizer for runway 18 established, slowing to final approach speed.
And Tromso traffic, AirNOTT 34 Delta, slowing to speed 210 knots for separation. Tromso traffic. Go flaps 1 while we're at it. Pretty cool place to fly into. It's nice to fly into here in daylight, I must say, because last time we came up it was pitch black. Couldn't see an awful lot, could we? Is there anyone else coming that we need to be aware of? I don't think there is there? It's just us. Easy way to find out is to look at this page here. Grumpy, Aaron, me, and Joanna. The next one is somebody coming from Manchester, an EasyJet. They're going to be a while yet. So that's all good. Right, lights. Go down to 180. Tromso traffic, AirNOTT 34 Delta, slowing speed 180 knots. Warner, if I was in your position, if you didn't already own a PMDG or a Phoenix, I'd be getting those ahead of anything that you've just mentioned.
Tromso traffic, AirNOTT 56 Tango, short final.
Would I recommend VATSIM? Yeah, VATSIM's pretty much best.
Tromso traffic, AirNOTT 23 Echo, overhead on bug, slowing 180.
Looks pretty good, Murray, doesn't it? So we're going to make a turn to the left now. To the left, to the left. Standard pressure is upon us. Sorry, not standard pressure. Local pressure, 994. Okay, we've got 22 miles to run. It's about 10 miles between myself and Aaron. Which honestly, I would like a little bit more. So I might go down, because he's at 180. Go 16, I'm going to go 170. Right, one last swig of coffee.
Tromso traffic, AirNOTT 23 Echo established localizer for runway 18, 10 mile final.
Right, go around altitude, continuous climb to 5,000. Climb on course 183. So basically 5,000 is a go around. I can do that. Tromso traffic, AirNOTT 34 Delta, speed 160 for separation, and we are 2 miles out of Ogbod. Right, if it's not right, we're going to go around. We're not going to worry. We've got all the time in the world today. I do not want us to have a landing where I come away feeling annoyed. I want to feel good about it. Because while it feels satisfying in that moment to press on, once you're down, you inevitably regret it.
Tromso traffic, AirNOTT 56 Tango, vacated runway 18, excellent, to stand 24 via Yankee.
It's down. Well done, Grumpy. Now, why are we facing all the way over here? Because the runway is there.
Tromso traffic, AirNOTT 23 Echo, 4 mile final, runway 18, slowing to final approach speed.
Beautiful. 14 miles between us. Wow. 10. Tromso traffic, AirNOTT 34 Delta on a 13 mile final for 18. What a place. Wowzers. This is how we do it. Alright, let's go and check we're in approach mode. Yes, we are. VAP 131. Tromso traffic, AirNOTT 34 Delta, 10 mile final for 18, slow into final approach speed. Tromso traffic. Flaps full. Go around altitude set. Yeah, you can see, to me this looks like we're coming in really steep, but then of course we are because we're on a 4-degree slope, so about 900 feet per minute is what we're going to be shooting for. In terms of flaring, I guess we do that a bit sooner. Sort of rather than at the 20 feet mark, we'll do it well, between 30 and 20 I normally start the flare. Just after 30, so maybe sort of just before the 30.
Tromso traffic, runway 18 vacated.
Well done. Gear down.
2,500.
Alright, lights are on. Auto brake medium. Spoilers armed. Flaps are full. Gear down. 3 greens. I do believe we're in business. Tromso traffic, AirNOTT 34 Delta, 6 miles, 418. Tromso. Butter incoming. There's something incoming. Don't know what it's going to be yet, mind. Okay, my plane. Let's do it. Let's get a real feel for the aircraft.
Tromso traffic, AirNOTT 23 Echo, taxiing stand 22 via Yankee.
Just adjust the glasses. It's feeling alright so far. Do we trust the ILS and the PAPIs? That is the question. Especially on a steep approach like this. Tromso traffic, AirNOTT 34 Delta, 3 miles, 418. Concentrating now. Alright, 3 reds. It's gone to... I kind of feel better seeing 3 reds. Daft as that sounds.
Hundred above. Minimum.
Continue.
Retard.
There we go, that'll do. Important thing is getting down. Keep it rolling. That's alright. 274. In a situation like this, just get it down. We're not butter chasing, not today. Quite acceptable, that. Right, where am I going? Stand. Whoops. Let's get vacated first. Let's go stand 18. stand 18. Tromso traffic, AirNOTT 34 Delta, runway 18 vacated, taxiing stand 18 via Yankee, Tromso. Alright, let's get the wing cleaned up. APU on. GSX. Gate 18 is right here, look at that. That's handy. Easy peasy. Oh, I was pleased with that. That's really good. Really pleased with that landing. What do you all think? I'm seeing lots of butter emojis, so that's good. Glide slope is very off. Yeah, I know. To be honest, I feel like everywhere in the sim the glide slope's always off. Never trust the pappies. Let's turn my lights off, that'd help, wouldn't it? Right, we're parked. APU is fired. Engines off. What is going on with that scenery in there? I think I forgot my strobes for a few seconds at the start of the flight, so Newsky might ding me for that. That's my bad. I was stressed. Newsky, where are you? Yeah, no beacon lights for 120 seconds roam required. My bad. But other than that, that would have been a 10 otherwise. It's because I didn't do the beacon to start the GSX sequence and I was out of practice. My fault. My fault entirely. Still, we passed. That's the most important thing. We passed. So now we can get ready for... There we go. We've got a tick in that one now. We can get ourselves down to Bergen. And we are in a... What are we in? 19 AIE wing fence. I do believe. Yes, we are. Again, this is a nice little bit of freeware, isn't it, this airport? It wants us gone by 12. We're never going to get done by 12. We'll do 12:15. Go. Get ourselves a flight plan in. Happy days. Oh, I'm quite pleased with that landing. I thought that went alright. That went alright. I might take just a little bit more fuel. That's what I might do. Just put in a very small amount. Let's put in reserve fuel. Put in another quarter of an hour of fuel. The AIEs handle very differently on the flare. Yes. I mean, they're more powerful, aren't they, at idle? Airtime 140. Oh, that'll do. Do the tours leave planes where they are like scheduled flights do? No. So a tour flight is technically a free flight. So you can always fly a tour in whatever you want. Cheers, Joe. Full sign. AirNOTT. What's my flight number? 12 Bravo. Let's get down to Bergen, shall we? I love Bergen. 17 it looks like for Bergen. We'll do ILS Whiskey. Perfect. Right, time for the old disconnect, reconnect routine. Cracking. What's happened to my frames? It's upset by something, isn't it? Something's definitely upset it. But that's alright. Okay, let's take some external power. Joanna's almost here. Okay. So we've got Grumpy, we've got Aaron in the Air Canada, and then there's me. Lovely jubbly. Need to get ourselves loaded up then, don't we? Let's get in the next flight plan. There we go. Tromso to Bergen. I'm still waiting for all this lot to unload. What scenery for Bergen? The flightsim.to one. Flightsim.to. I find that one's fine. It's really good, that one. But this one isn't bad for a freebie. And neither's Svalbard, actually. I mean, even with payware scenery, I've sometimes had it where, like, you pay for it and, like, the ILS is still off. Or, you know, the glide slope, and it's... I don't know, really. I'm much less of a snob when it comes to scenery versus aircraft. Yeah, Alec, it has to be a plane that we have leased on the fleet. Sorry, I should have said that. So as long as we've leased one, you can use it. At least one of that type. Is that Joanna? Oh no, it's a lamppost. Sorry, Joanna, not calling you a lamppost. Oh, Joanna's nearly here, look. She must be on final near enough. Happy days. Happy days, right. Let's get ready for the next one, shall we? Let's do a little bit of work down here while the airplane deboards. So we do ATSU.
Contact traffic, AirNOTT 1 Juliet Hotel. Established on 18 10-mile final.
There we go. Tromso down to Bergen. Alternate somewhere I don't know. Estimate time en route 1 hour 40. Init request. Recently bought EYVI airport from MM, and the glide slope versus the Pappies for runway 19 is more than a dot off. Messaged him about it, but just got left on a scene. Ouch. Yeah, that's not good, is it? For me, if I was a scenery dev, before I did anything, I would get the glide slope, get the Pappies working. Because without that, what have you got? You just got a load of flippant rubbish, haven't you? To be honest, it's like... I don't care about your Costa coffee, to be quite honest, inside the terminal. I don't really care about your check-in desks. I don't care if you've got escalators or... the airside. Everything, because that's what we do in the sim. We're airside. Anything I can see from the plane, make it top-notch. And that includes glide slopes, Pappies, taxiways, gates. Again, like here. If you want to render stuff inside here because I can see through it through a window airside, go right ahead. But all the way around the front of the airport, where I'm never going to go, I wouldn't waste your time with check-in desks over there, to be quite honest. Apparently, people like it. It's like, speaking to devs, they're like, yeah, people want that. It's like, do they actually, though? Like do they actually want that? Like, I really struggle to comprehend the fact that they want that. Yeah, Milkor, same. Same. Like, who does that? Like, right, brilliant. I've just paid for the Payware Tromso, for example. I'm just going to go and look at all the check-in desks. And be really glad that they're there. I don't get it. I feel like the only people that might go for it is like these kind of cinematic YouTubers where it's like full flight from point A to point B and it's all super like, you know, dramatic and cinematic. And I could almost see that, yeah, you could see how they would be really glad of it, but I kind of feel like they're probably the only ones. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm wrong a lot. Devs believe having a Weatherspoons is more important than spot-on ILS and Pappies. Yeah, but Weatherspoons is pretty good though, Grumpy. Like, you know, the prices, you can't argue with them prices. So in that case, I can see where they're coming from. Oh, it's a good job there's not a Weatherspoons near me. I pretty much lived in a Weatherspoons all weekend in Newsky. It's brilliant. Really? One person bought Stansted and said it was rubbish because there was no terminal modelled. Ugh. Deckers! How are you? You can set the planes to have an initial position chance if you go into the setting for each plane. We just arrived. I have. Right, passengers are on their way. How are they getting in? Is it a jetway? I think it is, isn't it? Yeah. So presumably we'll see them walking... Yeah, they're actually walking through it nicely. There's like no feet coming through, no heads coming through. Epic. Epic. Yeah, I mean, do what you want with Weatherspoons and Costa Coffees and all the rest of it and your check-in desks as a scenery dev. Like, fill your boots. If that's what you want to do and you feel if that's what you believe the market wants, great, go for it. But please sort out the ILS and the Pappies before you do any of that shit. Seriously. Like, for the people that actually fly into the airports, get that right. I feel like I'm going to have to make real Pappies at this rate. That's my self-titled kind of app. Yeah, I keep thinking about this app that I could make. I'm going to call it Real Pappies.
Tromso traffic, AirNOTT 1 Juliet Hotel, runway 18 and cleared.
Oh, well done, Joanna. You're down. There she is. Yeah, that's another one, Milkor. Like, again, great if you want to do the interiors, so long as you've sorted out the glide slopes and the Pappies. As long as that's done, right, fill your boots with the interiors. Have fun. But for those of us on lesser PCs, or those of us that just want as many frames as possible, please allow us to turn it all off. Give us a tick box. Give us a tick box. And also a secondary tick box for anything we can see through a window airside. Leave that on. So turn everything off, or just turn off stuff you can't see from a window airside. But yeah, I keep wondering about a little app that I could make called Real Pappies, where it basically allows you, the user, to pick an airport and align your Pappies. So you could like manually type in for Tromso 3 point whatever degree, 4 degrees. And then maybe we could have like community voting on it, where if enough people vote that, yeah, this is the good one, make that the default sort of thing. To be honest, I would much rather not have to make that app. If someone else wants to steal the idea, please do it. And also, make the Pappies ray traced. Because you can't argue with a beam of light, can you? It is what it is. Now, I understand that some airports, if you're in something like an A319 or a 320, the Pappies are going to be a bit different because they might be aligned and tuned for like a 747, where obviously the point of view is a lot higher. I completely accept that. A PP project. PP pro. What's a PP profile? Lufthansa's off. Right, how are we getting on in here? We must be nearly done by now. Another 40. Then we've got cargo. Oh no. How much is the bill? £2.5 for the fuel. Robbery. A Pappy profile. Oh, I see. I mean, it is definitely a problem, isn't it, in the sim? Again, like, it feels like if you come in 2 reds, 2 whites, you're just asking for trouble, really. Asking for trouble. Come on, you lot, hurry up. Need to do the cargo next. Look at this guy just like casually walking along. Right, couple of bros. Nice, Joanna. That'll do. Last few passengers. Get the wind in, clear the scratch pad, otherwise Grumpy's going to get sad. Insert that. Beautiful. So then we're taking 1-8 on the Amimo 3 Bravo. 1-8 Amimo 3 Bravo. Now I'm going to remember what Steve said here. For the secondary flight plan. Into Bergen we're taking the Luna 3 November. ILS 1717 I should say, Whiskey. Luna 3 November. And we're going to go via Gilva. Pop that one in. Right, this is what Steve was saying earlier. In it, ENTC/ENTC. Pop that in. Secondary flight plan. We're going to put ourselves in for an ILS Zulu on 1-8. That's fine. Then he said to do ENTC slash what's the runway heading? On 98/25. Put that in there. So track 198 for 25 miles. There it is, and it ends out there. Then we click on that, pop in a hold, Yeah, there we go, perfect. So we've got a hold 25 miles out. So this is what Steve was saying. In the event of an engine failure, basically fly runway heading, or the main heading that you take, we've got a slight turn to the right after the runway, which will be track 1908.
Tromso traffic.
Fly that for 25 miles.
From stand 24, push and start facing north on Yankee.
Into a hold, and then vectors back, which ATC will do for you. Happy days. Makes Steve proud. It's all looking lovely. Last little bit of cargo.
All of your items must be placed in
There goes Grumpy.
the locker. Once you have safely stowed your cabin bag, please take
Cheers, Aaron.
to help us ensure an on-time departure. We would kindly ask that you keep the aisle clear, enabling all remaining customers to board. Your seatbelt can now be fastened, ready for departure. This is a no smoking service. Thank you for observing this policy.
So we're loaded. Beautiful. Send that to MCDU. Departure performance. We're going to do anti-ice on. Sync the load sheet, sync the weather, calculate what we're looking at then. 137, 137, 142, flex temp 68, so a bit less than what we had at Svalbard. Flaps 1 with no trim at all.
From the traffic, Lufthansa Park, Hotel Papa, landing up runway 18, Tromso.
Reset that. Get fuel pumps on. Let's get that APU fired. If you haven't done already, guys, hitting that like button is a very useful thing you can do to help out the stream. Sure would appreciate it. Initial climb clearance 9,000. UNH still 90904? Yes, it is. Right, let's get everyone belted up. Because when this goes green, we're rocking and a rolling. You coming for the next leg, Joanna? Have you had enough for the day? One's enough. On VATSIM at least. Here we go. Beacon on.
Hello, Captain. We
Hello.
are ready for pushback.
Thank you.
Due to icing conditions, please stand by for engine start until push completed and brake set. Departure check completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Kind of like these Thrustmaster throttles again. I like the parking brake, I like the ignition switch, I like the engine start switches all working instantly. Come on.
From the traffic, Lufthansa Park, Hotel Papa, taking off runway 18, Tromso.
Almost ready. Come on. There we go. Nose right, tail left.
Release parking brakes.
Tromso traffic, AirNOTT 12 Bravo, pushing back from stand 18 facing north on Yankee. Tromso traffic.
Commencing push. Due to icing conditions, please stand by for engine start until push completed and brake set.
Roger, roger.
Crew, arm doors and cross-check.
Tromso traffic AirNOTT 56 Tango. Taxiing to holding point Echo for runway 18 via Yankee.
That's a good point. Can I do a takeoff from Echo rather than backtracking? I do an intersection takeoff. That's an interesting question. From taxiway Echo intersection, we've got (1,685 meters). Save that one. Can we do it? From intersection Echo. Yeah, we can do it, look. Oh, I'm going to do that. Flaps 3! Yikes. Go on then, we'll give it a whirl, shall we?
Set parking brakes.
Brake set. No backtrack for me. Go around? We're on the ground. Can't go around.
Unlocking gear.
Jolly good. Could start an engine now, can't I?
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed.
Tromso traffic AirNOTT 56 Tango entering
Left is clear.
runway
Right is clear.
18 for a backtrack to full length takeoff runway 18.
Alright. Hey, if the calculator says I can do it.
Please observe the cabin crew member closest to you as we are about to demonstrate the safety features aboard our Airbus A319. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard our Airbus A319.
Flaps 3.
Pay attention to illuminated signs and crew instructions, including the following safety procedures. The safety card found in your seat pocket contains important information about exit routes, oxygen masks, life jacket, brace position, which you must adopt if you hear
Left engine start.
brace. There are 8 emergency exits on this aircraft. The cabin crew are now pointing out the exits nearest to you. Please be aware that your nearest usable exit may be behind you.
Do you ever get bored of these sounds? I'm not sure we do we?
To an exit. In an emergency, leave all baggage on board. Your seatbelt is fastened, adjusted, and released as shown. It must be fastened whenever the seatbelt signs are on, and we recommend that you keep it fastened at all times.
Tromso traffic AirNOTT 56 Tango takeoff runway 18 for a Mimo 3 Bravo.
Alright. Engine back into normal. Flaps 3 is set. Speed brakes are armed. Let's do a takeoff config. Got to give the cabin a quick buzz. APU can go off. Tromso traffic, AirNOTT 1-2 Bravo, taxiing to holding point Echo for an intersection takeoff. Tromso traffic. Ooh, off he goes.
Tray table must now be
Bye, Grumpy.
armrests down. Window
He's off. He's off. Oh, you've really got to keep on the brakes with this thing. Am I going to use the A320 on all the flights of this tour, or will you use something with a bit more range? Well, I'm in the 319 at the minute. I'll probably change it up as we go. There's no rule to say you have to finish in what you start with. Maybe do a bit of 737s, maybe even 777, maybe 321, 320. See, that's the question. Will the Neos be out by the time I get through this tour? Because there's quite a lot to get through. Lots of legs, and obviously if I can only do 2 a day, it could take a fair while. Because we've got the whole VNAV thing coming from Phoenix first, haven't we, for the CEOs?
Tromso traffic, AirNOTT 56 Tango, airborne out of 18, passing 2,300.
Yeah, we'll probably switch it up a bit. Right. Intersection takeoff Echo. Let's do it. I may live to regret this, but the calculator does say we can do it. Gonna check that it has that perf data in. Flaps 3, yep, it's all good. Oh, it does need updating. We'll do that when we pause a second. Hey, Drake. This is us. Won't even need toga though, Philip. That's the thing. Won't even need toga in the minibus with the IAEs. Not like Grumpy needing full length. Right, let me update my thing a minute. Give you some new stats at the top. There we go. Okay. Landing lights. Why won't they click again? Now they will. So annoying. Jolly good. Lights are set. Tara. Clock. Let's just check for anyone coming. Okay. And we are here. Get rid of that. I'd say we're good. Tromso traffic, AirNOTT 1-2 Bravo, lining up, taking off runway 18, correction 18 via intersection Echo. Tromso traffic. Right, let's show Grumpy what the bus is made of. Normally you backtrack, yeah, but it did say we can do it from Echo. Flaps 3 with the right takeoff. We'll give ourselves as much as possible here. Just curious to see if the bus can do it. It says it can, so I'm inclined to believe it. Trust the bus, as Grumpy Sorfin says. Tromso traffic, AirNOTT 12 Bravo taking off runway 18 on the Amimo 3 Bravo departure, Tromso. Right, we're going to hold this one on the brakes. Manflex 57, SRS green, auto thrust blue. Yeah, all day long. All day long, it's firing down the runway like an absolute beast. V1. Rotate. Never in doubt. Positive climb. Gear up. Never in doubt. Maybe in a 320 or 21 we wouldn't have had that luxury, but in a 19 with the IAEs, I feel like we could get away with that one. Levers climb. Tromso traffic, AirNOTT 12 Bravo, airborne out of 18, passing 2,400 Tromso traffic. Look at that. What a view. Laps away. Yeah, it's really nice to be here in the daylight, isn't it? I felt like the last time we came up here at Christmas we didn't quite get the full effect, did we? It was dark, it was miserable. I think it was raining as well, wasn't it? Nice. So this is my track. If we were to have an engine out, according to Steve, aka British Steve Ways in TikTok, continue on this track for 25 miles, go into a hold, then ATC will bring you back. Okay, standard pressure. .360 for the cruise. Yep. Tromso traffic, AirNOTT 12 Bravo climbing now, flight level 360, final call, Tromso traffic. Right, let's get that autopilot on, let's get these lights off. See me, Perrin, do you? Nice. Do I think VATSIM will bring CTAF to Europe? I think they should. I think that'd be flipping handy for like Heathrow and Gatwick. Although there is an argument to be made that hearing Unicom calls on Gatwick, at Gatwick from Heathrow, does give you a bit of contextual awareness. So I don't know. Why don't I get an MCDU? Thinking about it, my problem is how do I get you guys to see what I'm doing nicely rather than... Because doing this, you can see precisely what's going on. You can see where I'm clicking, you can see what's going on. If I'm just like tapping on a thing down here, you're not going to have a clue, are you? Unless I could make a little add-on where as soon as I press a button on the MCDU, on the physical device, it puts it to a camera view here so you can see the on-screen equivalent. Don't know. Don't know. But yeah, the reason is I'm not sure how I'd make it good for you. And also, like, what you see here is all the room I have. We're flying down to Bergen now, mate. We've done Svalbard to Tromso, Tromso, Bergen, and that will be the first 2 legs of the pole-to-pole tour. Right, we can disarm those ground spoilers. I must admit, as each day goes by, the temptation to like fully dive into Airbus hardware, cockpit in the shed, only grows greater. I was thinking earlier, like, about potentially just losing the yoke and just flying even Boeings with the stick, and just building a nice little thing. You know, I don't know. Your mind can go all over, can't it? In certain scenarios. It's like a rabbit hole, and once you start digging, it's like, God, how far do I go? How far do you go? This is such a cool part of the world to fly in. We got the ATC on at Bergen. I'm grumpy. Grumpy, I think you got someone following you very close without a flight plan. It can only go up to the point when you're going to stream inside a Skalaki A320 full cabin. Oh, could you imagine? Could you imagine? What have you got there, Philip? A joystick board. What's that for? The 7.4? A joystick? I'm happy I chose the Moza stick versus the other. The AB9 is just so fantastic. I did see somebody randomly spawn in at Tromso, Grumpy, just after you taxied. Somebody like appeared, then disappeared. And I started thinking, like, what's going on here? Is it? Do it new. Right, next question is we need to start thinking about letting the passengers out, and we need to start thinking about lunch. 12:28 currently, due in at 2 o'clock, so that's an hour and a half we've got for a lunch service today. Lunch service. Makes it sound like it's going to be really good, doesn't it? I must admit, I did enjoy having a nice hot plate of chips on stream last week. I might have to repeat that today. Seeing as it's Thursday, I need to be nice to myself today because I'm sad that I'm going back to work tomorrow. I deserve the chips. Changing potentiometers to Hall effect sensors for aileron, elevators, and speed brakes. Ooh. You're getting your hands dirty there, Philip, aren't you? You're getting right involved. They must have been so relieved when you turned up. Really, thinking about it. Days. Yeah, Hall effect sensors are going to be better, aren't they, than potentiometers? Definitely. The owners are very grateful. Yeah, I bet they are. I bet they are. So the yoke you've got in there, that's out of an actual 7.4. And like the way it springs and the resistance, that's all as is, as was the real thing, right? And then you just you convert that into some sort of value, probably through a little board and, like you say, potentiometers or whatever, and then chuck that into a USB encoder, and then it appears as a device on your sim PC. Is that right? Quite a simple SID out of here, isn't it, actually? We've basically just flown in a straight line. Original steel cable underneath. Really? So that's what kind of provides the resistance when you pull on it and stuff? It's crazy, isn't it? There's just like cables and pulleys, but works, you know? And I guess the turny bit of the yoke, that's just got whatever system was in it to create the resistance in any case. How do you get the value out of that? Do you have to like attach something to the back of it or something, or open it up? Because you got to get your ailerons and you got to get your elevator inputs, haven't you? Have I ever used eye tracking? Yep, we have it on now. See? Courtesy of the Tobii Eye Tracker 5, which is just up here. Mounted to the potentiometers, each axis has its own pot. So there is something mounted to the back of the yoke to get the steering wheel-esque movements. Clever stuff, innit? Potentiometers wire into an 8-axis joystick board. It's one of those things where when you say it like that, it doesn't sound too complicated, but you guarantee it is. Like, there's always more to it, isn't there? Always loads more to it. Right, what am I going to have for lunch? What am I going to have for lunch? I must admit, I am tempted to do a little thing of oven chips again. Quite like that last week. No gravy though, Philip, sorry. I wasn't into that gravy. Admittedly, it probably was my gravy that was the issue. Sticky rib pot noodle. Damn. Don't think I've ever had one of those. What's the green pot noodle? That's the last one I had. Remember I had it on Sunday. Sunday lunch. Lachlan, how's it going, mate? I'm good. I'm better now. Bit of a rough start to the stream. Bit of a rough start. Technical issues plagued us for the first kind of 20 minutes, 25 minutes. It's always difficult when stuff like that happens at the start of a stream. You're just like, oh no. Like, is this what today's going to be? I just wanted to have fun flying in the sim, you know? Chicken and mushroom, that's the one. Yeah, that's a good Sunday dinner, that. Could really fancy a roast now. Like, if somebody could just bring me like a full-on roast dinner right now, that would be so good. Cool. $360 incoming. The Grumpy's friend's gone away, it looks like. Oh no, they're now slowing down. Or I'm catching them. They are at flight level 380. So I'm probably going to see them fairly soon, aren't I? Take your TCAS off. Well done. Has he stopped? Looks like we're moving and he isn't. Okay, well, best I can see is at 38,000, so I should be able to swim underneath. He had a sim crash then. Supervisors most likely pause this session. Can they do that? That's quite cool. Oh, look at that for a view. Come on. Come on. Right, we're going to need to think of some like stream activities for Tuesday. Activities! Because it's going to be a long old way from Baltimore, isn't it, to Heathrow? I guess I could do some dusting. I could clean the shed. I do need to do a bit of dusting, and I could do the hoovering. Get the hoover out. I could package up a load of old sim gear that I need to sell. Could do that. All these little jobs that I need to do, I could do during cruise. What else could I do? I do Wordle. Plane spottle. You can do that. Well, that's not going to take long, is it? What does one do when sat in cruise for 6 hours and a half, nearly? Maybe I'll catch the bug, who knows? but I highly doubt it. I remember doing Dubai to Heathrow. This is before we were on VATSIM, so maybe VATSIM will add another layer of excitement, but I just got so bored on that flight. It was like an absolute drag. Remember we got over sort of towards Turkey and it was like, ugh. It was a lot. Do you feel the pressure, Grumpy, when you land after that long? Like, I feel like today's flights, it's like if we'd had a bad landing in Tromso or one that we weren't happy with, like, okay, we can deal with it because we've got another one in like an hour or two, we can have another go. Whereas, like, it's all led to that. If you've done a long haul. Is Clark doing his, actually, at the minute? Wasn't he flying from, like, China in his 350? Back to somewhere. No, that would be just us at the minute. Time acceleration 330 driver style. I know, but then if you're going to do that... I mean, the whole point of doing it on Tuesday is that we all do it together and we all go across the pond together. So I get that. Look at this up. Manchester TMA up to flight level 285. How long have they been online? 2 hours. Fair enough, Grumpy, fair enough. Is this one stopped now entirely? Yeah. That was Lufthansa that left just before us. They're off to Frankfurt. Kiruna. Fairly certain I've got scenery for that because that was the Orbex triple pack, wasn't it? What was the other one we did? Was it ESS? No. Is it Scandinavian Mountains? And there was another one called... What was that one called? ESNQ? What's that? That's Kiruna. There was another one. What was that one called? The ENAT? I can't remember what the other place was called now. What was it called? Was it up here somewhere? Fun little airport though. Sorry Grumpy, what was your tip? What scenery do we need for Baltimore? I looked on flightsim.to. There seemed to be only one, and it was like last updated 5 years ago, and people were moaning about it in the comments or something. Is that the one we need? In VATSIM radar, double-click your plane, then move mouse to my plane and single-click. A distance line is drawn and will remain there all the time. Really? Let's give that a go. So double-click me, and then single-click you. Double click me, single click Grumpy. Really? Can't get that to work, Grumpy. Can't get that to work. Oh, is it because I've not connected VATSIM? Get rid of these a minute. Try that. I'm double clicking me because it zooms in. Get rid of all this stuff, maybe that's confusing it. Don't know then. Hey, Bloxy. Ain't really working, is it? Right, well, I'll tell you what, while you're doing that, I'm going to start today's lunch service. I'm going to go into the galley and whack something in. I'll be back in a minute. Ah, good. Right, what's Grumpy saying? Activating the tool lock for small ruler icon located in the bottom left corner of the map. Click the icon to activate the tool. Aha. This is not a tool for supervising. Okay. But it said it disables the double clicking. Activating the tool lock for the small ruler icon located in the bottom left corner of the map. Click the icon to activate the tool. Right. I have to reload the page, I think. It's being weird. Because it said it would disable the double click and it to zoom, and it hasn't. Oh, I don't know. I just don't know. Still nothing at Bergen. Is there anyone on the ground at Bergen? Literally nobody. Should have the place to ourselves. So we're getting in at 2, right? 2 o'clock. It's now 5 to 1. Yeah, 14:01. And there's no way we're not even going to get to Eddie, are we? This will have to be the last leg of the day, which is fair enough. That's all right. I need to control click the plane. Aha, that's better. Oh my god. What have I done? Ah, how do I get rid of all these? This says Grumpy is 0.9. Grumpy's 27 miles. That's good. It's alright. It's quite handy that actually, isn't it? How handy. Right, oven chips are in the oven, Philip. No gravy today, sorry mate. I wonder if chicken gravy would go better. That beef gravy felt a bit too beefish. If that makes any sense at all. I should be in below now, shouldn't I? I think what it's done though, Grumpy, I don't think it's actually selected you. It's selected a point near you. I don't think it actually selected you. Because look, I can't sort of highlight you. So if you were to speed up, I'm not sure it would track your speeding up. Hmm. Bloxy, I wouldn't have a clue how to help you, to be honest. Wouldn't have a Scooby-Doo, unfortunately. Maybe unbind your things at the bottom. That's really all I could advise. Sorry. Dreadful sorry. What's it to Eddie from here, from Bergen? About an hour? It's about an hour over the water, isn't it? That'll be the next stream then. Bergen, Eddie, Eddie Gatwick. Then it's all the way down to Faro, isn't it? Josh, how you doing? Welcome. You know what's going to happen on Tuesday, don't you? We're going to fly across the pond. I'm going to land into Heathrow and someone's going to be like, is there going to be another leg? No! No, there is not! Guaranteed. Yeah, let's go back to Baltimore, shall we? Charts. Charts into Bergen. We're doing the ILS Whiskey. So go around altitude 3,000. What plane am I going to fly? I'm probably going to take the 777 freighter, I think. Only because I don't fancy doing it in the 350 or the 340. I feel like I know the 777 a bit better. I feel like I'm able to fly the 777 a bit better than either of those two. The 340 I find quite hard to land. The 350 I find quite hard to land for different reasons. The 350 is too twitchy and the 340 isn't twitchy enough. It's kind of what I find. So on that basis, I'll probably take the 777 freighter. How come I'm back on the TCA throttles? I'd like to switch it up, really. Also, I need to figure something out with my Mozas. They're being a bit weird on the flaps axis. So when I put my flaps axis to flaps position 2 on the Airbus, it thinks that I've gone all the way to 4. You like see in the Moza app, like as you move the axis, it kind of like the meter fills up. You go to flaps 1, it's like half full. Flaps 2, it's all full. And then obviously you go to 3 and 4 and it does nothing further. I don't know whether that's like a firmware bug or something that's going on. Need to figure that out. I will say though, it's nice having engines, selector switches, parking brake. I've missed that. Like the twisty parking brake. The engine selector switch. It's all a trade-off, isn't it? It's like there's no... I don't know, maybe there is. But no matter what you get, there's always going to be something where it's weaker in one area than another product, and another product's stronger in another area or weaker in another area. I do notice, though, these handles, these throttle levers, they feel very, very light compared to what I've gotten used to now with the Moza. The Mozas have got a real heft to them versus this. These feel like a bit Fisher-Price, to be honest. Obviously, before the Mozas, I got used to them and I thought they were fine. And honestly, like most of the time, you don't touch them anyway. I'm out. That's what old Duncan would say, isn't it? Yeah, that's right. With the wind wings, you can remove the detents. I'm going to order myself a set. I meant to do it last night and I forgot. I'll do it tonight after the stream because I want to get some just to see. I'm curious. Right, that's my alarm. I need to go and swap the food over. Back in a mo. 8-minute timer set, then food's ready. Happy days. Yeah, I want to get the Wing Airbus throttles with the speed brakes, flaps and all that stuff. I'll get myself a set of them, I think, tonight. No idea when they'll show up. I feel like I'm just gravitating more and more and more to the bus. Which I'm not in love with, to be honest. They're well worth it. Are they really? Yeah, I've got a funny feeling I'm going to like them a lot. I say I do like the little switch that loses the detents. That's very clever how they did that, because with the Thrustmasters you got these kind of plastic things that kind of go up in under the bottom and they're screwed in. So to remove the detents you have to take it all apart, unscrew it, pull the things out. Not ideal. I'm going to be back to square one though, aren't I, with the gear up thing. I'll have to get that little landing gear panel as well. It's like, oh no, no, it started, it's never going to end. Never going to end. Morning now. Yeah, I feel like I'll have a pretty good lay of the land then, in terms of what a good throttle is, because we've obviously lived with the Thrustmasters, we've had those for years. We've been trying the Mozas pretty intensively for the last, what was it, since October? We've been on the Mozas. And then we'll try the Wings. And I feel like I should know. I'll know by that point. They have a rumble option on them as well, do they? How is that? Is that annoying or is that actually good? Not sure how I feel about rumble. What the 2 spare buttons on the MCTU are for. Yeah, I mean, I've kind of got my one here. I can use this one on my yoke for gear up, gear down if I need to, so that's okay. I'll make it work. Don't you worry about me. I enjoy flying both too, Aiden. The thing that kind of that's been in my mind since Tuesday was, for a laugh basically, we started flying the 737 with the side stick. And it's quite good. The force feedback you got, because obviously with the Boeing you do get a bit of force feedback because of course it, you know, it's pulleys and whatever. Jim's disabled the rumble, Grumpy's disabled the rumble. I like how it all lights up. Yeah, yeah, same. I'm going to enjoy that. I was surprised at Infinity Simwings because before I went there I had a call with Hanny and we were just talking about it. He was telling me all what he built and it was really, really cool. Get there and he said about, oh yeah, we've got transducers built into the sim, so you sort of like, you feel it. And I was like, yeah, okay, I'll probably like, you'll feel some vibration or something. Not the case. They were very, very good. Like when he dropped the gear, fantastic. Like you really feel like ga-dunk, ga-dunk, ga-dunk through the whole floor, through everything. I was like, wow, that's cool. Yeah, the force feedback through the stick made it very good. And also just the resistance, it felt, with this yoke at the minute, it feels like it's very easy to sort of accidentally pull it too much or overcook something. Like, I'm feeling like the spring movement is not maybe what it was. I might need to service it or look at it because it feels a little bit... Is stiction the right word? Rather than like a nice progressive kind of feel of resistance that you get. You almost feel like a bit like particularly when you're flying it one-handed. So if you've got one hand on the throttles, one hand on this, it's very easy to sort of go like, pull it a bit too much. Whereas with the stick, you really felt like you were sort of, I don't know, you almost like, what's the best way to explain it? It's almost like if you were to have like a table tennis bat in your hand and you dunk your hand in the swimming pool and you try and move your hand backwards and forwards with the table tennis bat, you're going to feel that resistance as you sort of swoosh through the water. That's kind of what it feels like on a force feedback stick. You can just sort of feel it sort of pushing against you, that resistance. It feels very, very good. What we need is Moza to basically make a little yoke like this, a desktop clampable one that has force feedback and has got the pendular swing. Because I know they've got the other yoke, but that's like a push-pull. Maybe that's not the end of the world. Maybe it's not. I do really like the pendular movement of the yoke. I think what it is, I've just been spoilt with the AB9. That's basically what it is. I used to love the yoke. I thought the yoke was the best thing ever when I had the old Airbus stick, the TCA side stick. Then I got the Ava base and I was like, oh, the Ava base is maybe a little bit better than the yoke, or about the same, but probably a bit better. Then I got the AB9 and it's like, wow, it just blows it all out of the water. And I get it's a privileged position and I'm spoilt and I understand all that, but my God, the AB9 was good. Very, very good indeed. Do you call a dog that does magic? No idea. How far till our equal time point? Have we passed it? We must have done. Yeah, we have. So we are approximately 240 miles from top of descent. Labracadabra. Oh, dearie me. Dearie me. My Labrador is currently fast asleep. Fast asleep, not a care in the world. It shocks me how little he does, actually. Like when I started doing less days at work and more days doing this, I remember thinking like, oh, I'm going to feel a bit bad for him, like abandoning him all day in the shed while he's just in the house. He couldn't be happier. He loves it on his own. Fast asleep. Pretty much the entire day. Like he falls asleep when the kids leave to go to school and he wakes up when they come home, pretty much. And he has a quick walk around and then he goes back to sleep after that. What a life. On the Windwing throttle, I like the option having to lift the brake and the engine buttons up like a real bus. Indeedy. That is my alarm to get the food. BRB! Dinner is served. Chips with no gravy, the way they should be. See, what we should do now is our secondary flight plan to start with was for our engine out procedure. Really now we should copy what we got and set ourselves up for a 3-5 arrival. What's our star? We're going to go via Goaded. Okay. So if we need to, we can switch to our secondary flight plan that's loaded up for 3-5. Probably won't need it though. Relax, Bobby, I got mayo. I'm a Turkish Airlines pilot, sweet. No cheese today, Mr. Min. No. I'm watching what I eat. Oh my god, Joanna. Those jokes. Damn. See, what am I going to do when my tiller gets here? I'm not going to have anywhere to put my chips, am I? How far out are we then? We are 297 miles. That's still quite a way, isn't it? This probably means we're 190 from top of descent. So we can do our arrival. 17. Variable at 2 knots. I always find that when it's variable, or like there's no wind, I always make a worse job of it somehow. Estimated fuel on board, 2.3 tons, yikes. Okay. 59.3 tons landing weight then. So brakes low will do the trick. Oh, I couldn't care less. Whatever you want. I'll answer to most things. Am I going to Edinburgh today? No, I don't think so. I'm not going to have time. It's 2 o'clock we're due in, isn't it? Yeah, 2:02. And by the time we land, unload, get ready to go, that's going to be 20 to 3. My flight in it doesn't work on the Phoenix. Any reason why? Have you done the ATSU AOC flight init bit first, then go to your init page afterwards? Have you got your SimBrief ID plugged in, all that sort of stuff? He answers to bro. I don't have a choice, I get called bro constantly. That was a genuine shock when I started the YouTube channel. I was like, why are all these people writing bro in the comments? Like, no one that I hung out with said bro up to that point. Like, I don't like walk into the pub and everyone's like, oh hey bro. Like, no one ever did that. I'm like, bro, you've got to see this. Like, everyone would just like be like, hi. Oh, it's just something without the word bro in it. was like I go to pick the kids up from school and they're all at it. Bro. They're all like broing around, like bro this, bro that. They must like hear it on YouTube and Fortnite lobbies, I guess. Top 3 takeaway or restaurant choices for best chips or fries. I don't really know, to be honest. I mean, McDonald's aren't bad for what they are. Not really. I don't really know. Don't really have a huge preference. What I will say is that if I go to a restaurant and they do their own, quite often I wish they didn't. You know, like literally where they've just taken a potato, chopped it up, whacked it in the oil, and then they come out and they're all starchy and like brown, like overcooked looking things. I was like, I know you're going for the whole homemade vibe and like maybe the rustic vibe. Just buy a bag of McCain's and chuck them in the fryer. They'll come out so much nicer. Or do it like properly like a chippy would. But if you're not a chippy and you're just literally whacking raw potatoes in oil, without blanching them, without letting them steam dry, without, you know, all... Do you know what I mean? Like we went to a place, lady that used to work with her husband started a restaurant, so we all went to check it out. And then the chips came out and it was like, oh no, you've done that, haven't you? There's no need. Everything else is perfect and the chips just, no. Route suggestions, join the virtual airline. That's the thing to do. Then it will tell you where to fly. Would I recommend getting the Windwing Ursa Minor or the Thrustmaster TCA side stick? I've only used the TCA side stick. I hear people generally seem to prefer the Wing Control Ursa Minor. But I've never used it, so I couldn't tell you. People seem to like it though. That's kind of all I can say on that, really. People do seem to like it. I'd be curious to see what I think, having used loads of sticks. I would be curious to try it at some point. How does it compare, Grumpy, to like higher tier of stick? Does it get close, or is it still quite clearly in a different league? I don't know what to do about the VA. I'm tempted to increase the entry requirements a little bit because we're having quite a lot of people that are coming in and struggling, I think. I don't know whether we need to maybe, because you can add like an hours requirement, you can add a total number of flights, total number of flight hours as a requirement to get in. I feel like some people are doing an 8.0 on the Newsky Academy once, come straight to us and then smash something into the ground, which isn't great. Might need to do something about that. not close to the aviation line, but streets above the TCA. Is that because, like, when you release it, it kind of goes back nicely to centre and stuff like that? When you land, BAW 598 will be waiting at hold short. If you butter, I will join the virtual airline. No pressure then. I don't know if you've noticed, but today I haven't put any music on during the cruise, and that was intentional, and I'm sort of missing it. Ah! Accidentally hit the red button there when I went to turn it on. What do you think of the music now? Have you missed it? Nobby says I've had both and prefer the Windwing one out of the two. Yeah. Not surprised. A lot of people seem to like it. Again, never tried it, so I find it quite hard to say. Grateful for the Airbus stick from Thrustmaster, because that's what started it all, really. I feel like Thrustmaster are getting a bit left behind at the minute, which is a shame, because they've done a lot for the community, like all that TCA stuff. That set us up, didn't it, really, with 2020? Like, without that stuff, it would have been a very different experience, I think. But that was coming up 6 years ago. And I get the impression that they are quite a big ship and therefore takes quite a long time to turn, whereas Wind Control can be a bit more nimble and quick on their feet and be like, we're doing that, and then it happens really quickly. Then you can go into a retailer in the UK like Currys or Argos or whatever, Amazon, and just buy a Thrustmaster thing. Whereas with Wind Control, you kind of have to go via them. You have to go through their customer support, I suppose. Whereas if your stick goes wrong, you just lob it back to Amazon and it's done if you buy it here. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Oh no! User 45705000006 on TikTok says boring. Only boring people get bored. That's all I'll say. Yeah, Thrustmaster was... like, we owe Thrustmaster a lot, I think. It just takes a while for anything to come out from him, doesn't it? Hey, Clark! How's the 350? User 45705000006. I can't help but notice that you're still here despite declaring it's boring. Go somewhere else if you don't like it. Is that a Thrustmaster stick? No. No. So, in the pedestal, this little wooden pedestal that I've built out of MDF, sits a Moza AB9 on the little shelf. And the stick itself is from FS Projects. So they're like built to order from Italy, I believe. Currently, we're set to land on 17 Fergus. Because we've got a 3-knot headwind on 17 and a 3-knot tailwind on 35. I think either would be fine, but... Jude, we're flying over from Tromso to Bergen. Worth buying, as in the AB9 worth buying. I will be in the correct long-haul aircraft on Tuesday. Yeah, it's worth getting Scotland, but it's very expensive. Like the base alone is like 550, and then the stick on top of it is like 200 odd euros. Then you'll probably need a desk mount, or build a pedestal out of MDF like I did. What's your cost index, Grumpy? You on cost index 5? Hey, Charmer. Five. I'll set mine to 5 as well. Slow myself down a bit. Keep that distance up. Thomas, whatever gave you that idea? What am I playing on? PC. Blimey, it's top of descent in 30 miles already. That came around quick. Damn, yeah it is. Okay, we better do our destination. I'm sat here eating chips talking about Thrustmaster joysticks. Let's actually do some work. 9902. Temperature 0. Variable at 2 knots. So...
Bergen traffic, AirNOTT 56 number, direct Bravo Romeo 620 and descending now as reached top of descent.
Yeah, 350 at 2 knots. That way we're calculating for a worst case scenario for the wind. Minimums are 370. Oh dear, Joanna. Yeah, I don't recommend it. No, where did Grumpy say he was going? Direct. Bravo Romeo 625. .620. Grumpy, where did you say you were going? AirNOTT 56 Tango, AirNOTT 12 Bravo. What was the waypoint you were going direct to? .620. Cool. I will also follow. Bergen traffic, AirNOTT 12 Bravo, flying direct Bravo Romeo 620, Bergen traffic. Bergen traffic, AirNOTT 12 Bravo. We are top of descent, flight level 360, descending now. Direct Bravo Romeo 620 for runway 17, ILS Whiskey, Bergen traffic. Yeah, I just spotted that, Grumpy. There's another plane, that one. What are they? B58 Tango. No idea what that is. It's Charlie. How far are they? Let me know if you slow down, Grumpy, and I'll just slow down behind you. I'm going to try and get off at Alpha 7, I think. Then I'll probably go to gates. Maybe 19, 18, 17, depending on what's available when I get there. You're full of tips today, Grumpy, aren't you? Right. Let's go auto brakes low then. Too steep of a descent path ahead. Where? Between Gilver and Bablu. Give over. Give over. That'll be alright. Although I am catching grumpy, aren't I? Just checking. Never know, do you? Cheers, Heavenator. Welcome to the party. Out to tank fuel crossfeed. That's right. How much filament did you buy, Rob? You said you went through 1 kilo last night, didn't you? Five 6 Tango AirNOTT 12 Bravo. Can I get your indicated airspeed? You got 2 kgs.
250 knots.
Roger, thank you. We'll go 230 for separation. What filament are you using? Just sort of Amazon stuff? 1 basic PLA, then 1 EPLA plus HS. What's that? What's the second one? I've only ever used just regular PLA and PETG. PETG I struggled with a little bit on my printer. I feel like I needed to run it a bit hotter, maybe. A bit more temperamental, I found. What I do know is that if you don't watch the first layer go down, your print is doomed. I have found that. And I know it's daft, but it feels like if I'm there to watch the first layer go down, it'll go alright. But if you just leave the first layer, good luck. Good luck with that. The latter's just high strength. Okay. Yeah, PETG is what they say to use if you're going to be using anything sort of outside or in heat, or you just need the strength. But it is a bit more temperamental. Oscar, it's Moza AB9, and the stick on top is from FS Projects. You can't see the AB9, it's buried in this pedestal that I built. Trick with PETG is to make sure it's dry. If it has any moisture, your job is highly likely to fail. I need to look at those drying things that you sent me on Amazon, actually, Grumpy. Those tubs. Do you remember those things you sent me? Do I also have the AB6? I do. Yep. They sent me the AB6 for review. Still currently here. What's transition level here? 7,000. Is the bracket also usable for the AB6? You mean the AB9? Well, the bracket that the AB6 comes with a bracket. So the AB6, it comes with a flight stick, like a military style one, and a desk mount bracket, and obviously the AB6 base, all in the box. So the AB6 gives you everything you need, unless they've made a new SKU. Only thing with the AB6 versus the 9 is AB6 uses gear-based force feedback. AB9 is belt, so the AB9 will feel smoother in the hand. You'll feel like the notchiness of the gears with the AB6, or I did with mine. Don't know if you've ever used any sim racing wheels, but like if you've used a good belt driven one and then you go to use like a Logitech G29 that's gear driven, as you turn the wheel you can sort of feel like notch, 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 notch. And it's very similar with the AB6 as you move it. It almost like if you sort of move it very, very carefully without it being powered on, you can almost see it like ticking like a second hand on a clock. You can sort of see the little movements. Which for Airbus flying, probably not ideal. But if you're doing like fast military action, you're less likely to notice it. Would be my thoughts on it. Oh, the FS projects. Well, I mean, you could put the stick on top and it'd work. The little gator, the blue rubber gator it does sort of clip the little throttle things as you move it around, and there isn't a bracket, I believe, for it currently. Yeah, don't know, is the honest answer. TikTok's doing quite well for viewers today, actually. We've been basically at 10 viewers pretty much all the way through the stream, consistently. TikTok's a weird one. Like, I was watching someone the other day, I forget who it was, and they had like hundreds of viewers, but their chat was so quiet. I guess on TikTok a lot of people sort of watch for a few seconds and scroll on, and if there's enough people rolling in and rolling out and rolling in and rolling out, then that keeps your number up, I suppose. Weird. Same with YouTube Shorts. Right, how long till we're needing to do any work? BR620. What speed do we need to be at? 4,000 feet is what we need to be at. Don't think they should have added the throttle and the buttons. Well, I think really it's I think the AB6 is really designed for a different market. Like if you're wanting to build a cockpit pedestal thing like I've done, get the AB9. If you want something that you can just buy that and that's all you need. Because technically that's all you need. It's got a load of buttons on top. It's got 2 little throttle sliders. Would I want to use 2 little throttle sliders?
Traffic AirNOTT
No.
56 Tango direct Bablu and reducing speed to 220 knots.
Bergen traffic, AirNOTT 12 Bravo. We're going to stick with direct Bravo Romeo 620, reducing speed to 210 knots for separation. Though we are struggling with the speed a bit here, aren't we? Let's be real. Yeah, like, I would much rather have a throttle unit and all that stuff. But if you just want to buy the AB6 and it's like done, that's all you need. Just like clamp that to your desk. If you're flying military, you got your throttle sliders, all your buttons, you got the stick with a load of stuff on it. Like, you're done. And the fact that they haven't sold it separately without that stick kind of tells me that that's kind of what they've got in mind. That's what they want. Whereas the AB9, they will just sell you an AB9. And unless you have a stick or buy a stick, unless you have a desk mounting solution or buy a desk mounting solution, it's no good to you whatsoever. So it's I think it's two different demographics they're going after. Quality and quantity, yeah. Yeah, it's the same with YouTube Shorts. Like, you get a lot of people that come through that are just not interested. And that's fine. Like, I don't blame them. It's not for everyone. But then you get some people that are like, oh, this is cool. And then they transition to becoming a regular member, regular viewer of the regular stream. Either on Twitch or YouTube. So in a weird kind of way, I look at vertical format as kind of like marketing in a way. It's like you accept that you're going to get a lot of no's for a few yeses, but those yeses are worth their weight in gold. Kind of like door-to-door sales. It's like no, 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 and then you finally get one and it's like, yay. If I put on the landing system, that's going to be too early yet, isn't it? Yeah, so I'm going to do this little dog leg. Grumpy's going direct to Bablu. I'll do the extra track miles. That'll buy us a little bit more time. As long as we're at 4,000 at Gilver, we'll be just fine. You're at Holden Point Yankee. Nice. What a lovely approach. Look at that. I keep getting tempted to rip out everything in this shed and just start building something fresh. Start again. Stunning, isn't it? I know it's only a game, but my god, like, it's easy to be critical of a Sobo sometimes, but like, you forget what they've made. Remarkable. What would I do differently? What do you mean, Rob? Differently to what? You mean if I were a Sobo? Oh, it's getting really hot in here. 28 degrees now. Oh, in the shed. Sorry. Well, there's two options on the table. Option number one is knock a hole in the wall behind me and extend the shed, because it's kind of one big common building with a dividing wall. So I'm in 50% of it, the right-hand side, and the left-hand side is just bikes, rubbish, essentially, old pots of paint. There's one of those giant pots of paint from B&Q that you paint the fence with. You know what I mean? That kind of stuff. So option number one would be clear out the shed, find somewhere else for the bikes to live, and then knock through into the... and I'd have the full shed then. Which might be cool for stuff to do with the tech channel. That might be quite cool. I could almost have a little Jay's 2 cent style area. That could be quite cool. For like tinkering around with bits and pieces and set up a permanent like top-down camera rig so I can show you what I'm doing. And also use it as a gaming station for when you and I play COD or whatever. And then in the part that I'm in now would just be exclusively a simming area.
Fleetland traffic AirNOTT 56 Tango, slowing to speed of 200 knots. We'll call when established ILS, runway 17.
Roger. Or option number two is to basically forget doing regular gaming out here and just keep what I've got and go full on cockpit mode out here. That would be the other option. How easy would it be to learn Boeing after Airbus? It took me a while. You've just kind of got to get used to like the Boeingisms. Like I was constantly like, well, where's the approach button? Or where's the equivalent? Where's the button I normally press in the Airbus? Where's that in the Boeing? And it's like, well, you can't. You have to press something different. And like the taking power from the APU, then switch it to the engines. Whereas like the Airbus just manages that automatically and stuff like that, you know. Yeah, it's on the card drops. First thing I need to do really is sort out the garage, which kind of the shed adjoins onto. Clear out the garage a bit more. Probably build some very, very functional racking for storage for all of our stuff that's currently in the shed and all the stuff that's in the garage. And also maybe make a little mount thing so you can sort of put the bikes upright and push them in against the wall, and then they sort of live upright so they take up less footprint. You can have 4 of them like boff, 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 boff next to each other then. Then I would have to insulate the other half of the shed in the same way that I insulated this one. If I was going to do all that, I would probably take the opportunity to insulate the floor as well, because it gets so cold in here with the floor, like in the winter. Super, super cold with the floor. Because when the ground freezes, that concrete pad also, well, it doesn't freeze, but the temperature is very, very low. And then it's almost like a cold radiator that just radiates cold, and my feet, I'll come in from a day of simming out here, and the top half of me is like really, really warm, because what is it now, 28 degrees in here, and my feet will be frozen. It's a 319 Sharma. So I would probably get some like Celotex or something and go over the concrete pad in both halves of the shed. Because you can get Celotex. We put some in the loft. It's great. Really, really good stuff. Because we had that kind of yellow fluffy insulation stuff in between the rafters in the loft. And it was starting to get old, and it gets a bit of moisture in there because it's quite damp up there. And it's almost like the weight of the moisture in the insulation was basically forcing it to just drop out of the rafters and fall on all of our stuff. So we just went right over it all with Celotex. That's so good. Really good stuff. Flight and traffic, AirNOTT 12 Bravo, slow speed 180 knots for separation. How are we getting on then? Who's around? There's Grumpy and there's me. There's Fergus. Room with a view. Cracking. Okay, so we've got a 220 knot speed limit here at Gilver, 200 knots at Babalu. We're already at 180 because we want to give Grumpy a good run ahead of us. Where can I get the screen used for the PFD and ND, like right now? Because some spaces you mentioned in your video aren't selling it anymore. Amazon had it in stock yesterday. In the UK. So the one I linked to in the video is not quite like mine. It's a touchscreen version, but mine went out of stock. So I had to link to the touchscreen version, and I made that clear in the description. It's a slightly different one, but... Opinion on Sim Toolkit Pro. I use it to do the stats at the top of the screen. That's it. That's literally it. You know what I forgot? Bloody landing lights. Too busy yapping. Too busy yakking.
AirNOTT 50 Bravo, why have you taxied on top of me?
Yeah. Shouldn't laugh. Flights and traffic, AirNOTT 12 Bravo, slow speed 160 knots, and we are turning final now on a 10-mile final for runway 17 ILS. Whiskey. Get the old approach on. What's the name of the one on Amazon? Prechen is what I've got. P-R-E-C-H-E-N. All right, let's go. Approach mode's active. Let's go to final approach speed now. Flights and traffic, AirNOTT 12 Bravo, 8-mile final for runway 17, slow now to final approach speed of 130 knots to give the traffic ahead of it separation. Flights and traffic.
Flights and traffic, AirNOTT 56 Tango, 17 vacated, taxiing to stand 18.
Well done, Grumpy. Hey, get down. Okay, lights are set. Gear down 3 greens, auto brake low, flaps full, speed brake armed, and go around altitude is 3,000 feet. Ready? Ready.
Speedbird 598.
About 150.
17 after AirNOTT. 8 Bravo has landed.
Flies in traffic, AirNOTT 12 Bravo, 4 miles for 17. Yep, you can make up your own call sign on VATSIM. Just put it in your remarks. Put like call sign / whatever you want to be called. Like, we always use X-Ray November Oscar. I put call sign / AirNOTT. Right, let's land this thing. Oh, there's a plane just taken off ahead of me. Don't recall hearing that on Unicom. Looking good so far, right? This is where I jinx it, of course. That almost guarantees a go around, doesn't it? When I'm like, oh, it's looking quite good. Just shut up and fly.
$500. 100 above. Minimum.
Continue.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. 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 5.
That'll do.
Speedbird 598 landing up runway 07.
And we'll vacate here. I was a little bit butter chasing there, I won't lie. I did drag that one out a bit longer than perhaps I should have. But I don't care, because it was very satisfying. Oh, come on. Why have I stopped? Better. Flies in traffic, AirNOTT 12 Bravo, runway 17, vacated. Think. Why have I stopped again? Come on.
Speedbird 598 taking off runway 07.
That was weird. I feel like I got stuck in the mud there. Alright, let's clean the plane up. We'll get the APU started. Flies in traffic, AirNOTT 12 Bravo, taxiing to stand 19 via Yankee and Mike. CBS. What did I say? 19. I feel like I need to just increase the sensitivity just a touch on my eye tracker. Cheers, Grumpy. Uru, as they say. This is such a good freeware airport. Yeah, we've done a graphics video. There's one for 2020, there's one for 24 with a high-end system, and one for 24 with a mid-range system. We got it all. See if I can park straight. That'd help, wouldn't it? Come on, in you go. There you go, that's near enough. Nice! APU is fired. In which case, engine's off. Beacon off. Let him out. Let's see what we got. Come on. Hey, we got a 10. We got a 10. Great touchdown. 1.2 G. We were towards the end of the touchdown zone, I'll grant you. I'll grant you that. But pretty much no centerline deviation at all. Nice and smooth. Perfect. That's what we like. More like that. Please and thank you. Daniel, train level of detail, I think I've got 150, if memory serves. Oh, wicked. Should we get some replays of all that? Do you want to watch the replay? Of course you do. Of course you do. Right. Which means I need to disconnect from VATSIM before we start doing anything like that. I'm going to close vPilot so there's absolutely no risk of us randomly spawning on anybody. Let's do a ready state. Now we can look at Tromso first, actually, because we've got Tromso ready to go. Should we have a quick look?
Terrain ahead.
Pull up. Pull up. Now let's rewind the weather. What time were we there? It'd been about 11:30, wouldn't it? Stop beeping at me. Yeah, that's more like it, isn't it? Set the flaps. Just buzz it on a bit. How far is it? God, I can't even see the runway.
2,500.
Next flight, there isn't one. This is it now. It's all I've got time for this stream. We'll look at the replays though, because we always like a bit of replay goodness. You You can see me absolutely butter the Phoenix. This is dragging on a bit.
Too low. Terrain.
Shush. Oh, you should do it, Clark. I'm enjoying it so far. Look at that. This is Tromso, yeah. So we're landing in Tromso right now. This is from earlier today. This is about 11:30. So I've had a flight recorder log in everything we've done. Pretty, isn't it? Imagine flying this in real life. It must be amazing. Here it comes. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Now, of course, I do need to shut my doors. Brilliant. No, shut the doors. I don't want the doors open, I want them shut. Thank you. There we go.
Too low. Terrain.
Did you get a look out from this side? Wing view this time? Wing view out the other side? That is a very striking landscape, isn't it? Flight recorder. It's just a little app on flightsim.to called Flight Recorder. I find the one built into 24 doesn't play nice with the Phoenix, or at least it didn't. I might need to revisit it. How cool is that? Look at that. That bridge as well looks great, doesn't it? Splendid. That looks better every time I see it, that landing. Right, into Bergen. I don't think Bergen's going to be quite as impressive. It's going to be a bit of a floater into Bergen. Little look into Bergen. Oopsie. Yeah, we're not far out, are we? quite happy with that. What aircraft and routes can I fly on AirNOTT? We've got Phoenix, we've got the fly-by-wire A320X, we've got the A380X, we've got the Boeings, like PMDG stuff. I think there's a Max there as well, if you want to iFly it. We've got routes all over the world. Or you can do free flights, where you fly wherever you want. I need to change the weather, actually. Can't beat it, can you, in this part of the world? It's really good. It's a very simmable part of the world. Here's some land. It's all on Newsky, Fergus. Newsky.app. So there's loads of other virtual airlines on there as well, it's not just me. Perfect. Yeah, traffic isn't included in the replays, David. That's the trouble, and also I have to disconnect from VATSIM when running replays, because obviously if I were to run the replay now while on VATSIM, I would be constantly landing on the runway annoying people. How do I join? You've got to do a flight for the Newsky Academy once you download Newsky. That's an app that you download. Make an account with them. A little outside view maybe before we go. One more time. That'll do nicely. Wouldn't mind seeing it from the cockpit one more time, actually.
Too low. Terrain. Don't sink.
Oh,
Don't sink.
quiet.
500.
This is a thing at Bergen that you got to watch because the runway actually
40,
drops away from
30,
you.
20. Retard. 5.
It's okay though. That was okay. Do I fly in real life? No, I don't, sadly. Just a simmer. Lovely jubbly. Right, folks, as predicted, that's going to be it. We haven't got time to get to Edinburgh because I've got to get the kids in half an hour. So I should go and do a couple of little jobs for the channel, boring admin stuff that still needs doing. It's not all flying and live streams. I will be back. When am I going to be back? I don't know, but I don't think it will be as late as Tuesday, because I'm going to be home alone from the weekend, so there might be some weekend simming opportunities, but I'm not entirely sure when yet. I'll schedule it when I know, but keep an eye on it. Best thing you can do is subscribe and ring the bell, then you'll get notified if I go live at the drop of a hat. That's the best thing any of you can do. Just notifications on, then if I go live and you want to join in or fly along. I always take half an hour to get set up, so if you want to join as well, you're more than welcome to do that. Anyway, folks, thank you all very much indeed for your support today, for coming along, hitting the like button, gifting members, donos, all that good stuff. I really do appreciate all of it, just for being here as well. I will see you all very, very soon. Like I say, not sure when, but hopefully not as long as Tuesday like it normally is. So that should be cool. Have a great rest of your Thursday. I'll see you soon. Cheers.